you. You may be seated. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Debate on vote number 2, Parliament Appropriation Bill.
The Honorable Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, distinguished guests in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to single out a guest that has come from Lesotho today, Morena Lirotodi Seiso and Mufumahadi Mamohato Seiso. And indeed, I recognize Nehau in the gallery. Good afternoon to all of you. Honorable members, the 2017-2018 theme of Budget Vote 2 is celebration of 20 years of the Constitution and 20 years since the establishment of the NCOP. Honorable members, a measure of society's advancement is how it treats its women and children. The recent incidents of violence against women and children require serious and sustained attention from all of us in this House, in terms of its root causes and what we as citizens are called upon to do. I have invited the families of some of those women and children who have suffered greatly from the recent tragedy and unspeakable pain to the House today. May I invite them to stand and be recognized. Namugelegile. Please know that this Parliament shares your pain and your grief. We pass our condolences to you and your families and loved ones. And we are angry that you have suffered such a loss. I have engaged the Multi-Party Women's Caucus and the Portfolio Committee on Women to begin urgently developing a parliamentary process aiming to enhance our country's response to the violence against women and children. It is time for us, both women and men, to take a stand together with our community-based structures and all of us MPs in the constituencies in which we are deployed. Let us all be part of the activities to say no to this scourge. In the oversight functions of various portfolio committees, we will, as Parliament, keep a keen eye on this matter. Honorable members, at the dawn of the democratic dispensation in 1994, South Africa was faced with a divided populace reeling from years of racial discrimination, political discord, and poverty in the black communities. The inequalities that persist today can in large part be attributed to colonial and apartheid policies that created structural impediments for our people to access quality education and the formal labor market participation. The legacy of our past continues to keep many of our people trapped in poverty. The recent reports released by Statistics South Africa point to the fact that whilst we have made progress in some areas, much still remains to be done to address the challenges of poverty, inequality, and participation of the marginalized in the mainstream of the economy. To address these challenges, as Parliament, we have remained resolute in our determination to do our part to liberate the people of South Africa. We have been consistent in our drive to see a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa fully achieved. The impetus to see our vision realized draws its inspiration not only from the Freedom Charter and the Constitution of the Republic, but also finds its inspiration from the lives and sacrifices of the heroes and heroines of the past who guided us in our darkest moments. One such hero is the late President Oliver Reginald Tambo, a great South African and internationalist who in many ways can be regarded as a founder of our Constitution, a Constitution whose 20th anniversary we are celebrating this year. In 1984, when we were polarized as a nation, at war with each other, Oliver Tambo envisaged the opposite when he said, and I quote, "The future belongs to the majority of the people of South Africa, black and white, who in struggle are today laying the foundations of a united, non-racial, democratic South Africa in what will then, but only then, become a peaceful and rapidly advancing region of Africa," close quotes. It is through his vision and influence that the preamble of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa appropriately proclaims, and I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of the past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity," close quotes. It is this vision that must continue to act as a foundation of the work we conduct as parliamentarians who seek to see a better future for our people. We must remain resolute and committed to building a South African nation that is diverse and truly represents our ideals. As a parliament, we have taken steps to systematically remove all forms of legislative and institutionalized discrimination on the basis of race, gender, religion, culture, and sexual orientation. We are called upon to work together to foster social cohesion and build a common nationhood. Honorable members, guided by the principle of constitutional supremacy, our Constitution seeks to incorporate the separation of powers doctrine by devoting 3 separate chapters and vesting specific authority and functions in Parliament in Chapter 4, the President and National Executive in Chapter 5, and the courts and administration of justice in Chapter 8. It gives the power to legislate to the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in Section 43, the power to develop and implement policy and legislation to the executive in Section 85, and the power to adjudicate matters to the courts in Section 165. The principle of separation of powers recognizes the functional independence of branches of government. On the other hand, the principle of checks and balances focuses on the importance of ensuring that the constitutional order prevents the branches of government from usurping power from one another. In this sense, it anticipates and seeks to prevent the intrusion of one branch of government on the terrain of another. In the 2006 case, Doctors for Life International versus Speaker of the National Assembly and others, the Constitutional Court stated as follows, and I quote, "The constitutional principle of separation of powers requires that other branches of government refrain from interfering in parliamentary proceedings. This principle is not simply an abstract notion. It is reflected in the very structure of government. The structure of the provisions entrusting and separating powers between the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government reflects the concept of separation of powers," close quote. A similar sentiment was expressed recently by the retired Deputy Chief Justice Moseneke, who stated, and I quote, "A properly functioning democracy should eschew lumbering its courts with so much that properly belong at other democratic sites or the streets. We will over time over-politicize the courts and thereby tarnish their standing and effectiveness," close quotes. That was the former Deputy Chief Justice. As parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to find solutions to challenges facing our people. But we have to do so in a manner that acts as an example to the people we represent. With structures such as the Rules Committee, the Chief Whips Forum, and the Committee of Chairpersons, we are well placed to meaningfully resolve disagreements and effectively execute our mandate without inviting the courts to encroach on our constitutionally protected terrain. Honorable members, thus far in 2017, we have seen a number of contentious debates about key issues that resonate with the people of South Africa. Among these, our parliament has been seized with ensuring the National Development Plan is implemented. Notably, in the 5th Parliament, the National Assembly has held 50 debates on matters of national importance. One of the most important of them was the issue of land reform and the stripping away of the dignity of African people who trace their current suffering and deprivation back to the stealing of our land. According to the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, the ANC-led government has restored nearly 8 million hectares of land, which is 9.8% of the 82 million hectares of arable land in South Africa. Our people have long alerted us to their frustration on the matter of land reform. And it is time that we listen to their voices. The most pressing of frustrations raised by our people is the slow pace of land reform and meeting the targets for land redistribution. "21 years after the Constitution was adopted, we must do more to ensure that we have a law that provides direction and gives teeth to the promise of equitable access to land. Crucially, we must also repeal the 1975 law that prohibits subdivision of agricultural land." Honorable members, Section 25(9) of the Constitution requires Parliament to introduce a law that secures the tenure of those whose current insecurity arises from past racial discrimination. Passing a law that adequately defends the tenure rights of rural people who became victims of deals between greedy mining houses and some unscrupulous traditional leaders thus becomes pressing. Our most urgent task is to stop these processes of dispossession by reviewing the laws and practices that enable them. Let's shine a light on the financial deals that underpin them. Let's also urgently enact the tenure security law required by Section 25. Honorable members, to clarify and correct these and other weaknesses as Parliament, we intend to embark on a major oversight process on which some people call the land inquiry, on land to help accelerate the land reform process. While awaiting the final report of the high-level panel, which was formed by the Speakers Forum, I wish to urge parliamentary committees to liaise with their respective departments regarding the concerns raised by citizens during the public engagements. Honorable members, one of the key prerequisites for ensuring implementation of the National Development Plan is strengthening the capacity and coordination of the South African legislative sector. As such, Parliament has worked collectively with the provincial legislative sectors, provincial legislatures under the auspices of the Speakers Forum to accelerate the drafting of the legislative sector bill for formalizing of the South African legislative sector. The draft legislation will provide for, among others, the governance structure and values that the legislative sector will subscribe to. Legislative sector service, the establishment of the institution responsible for legislative sector training, and an inter-legislature cooperative mechanism. In addition, the legislation will lay the foundation for the development of the sector oversight model and the sector public participation framework. The 13 political parties represented in this Parliament share 150 million between them. However, the private funding of political parties is unregulated, and public disclosure of party private incomes and expenditure is discretionary. As such, the presiding officers support the view that an ad hoc committee must be established to work towards finalizing how best political parties can be afforded more funding by the fiscus. The other issue that needs more accountability and regulation is the source of private funding from political parties. In addition, the ad hoc committee must develop a framework that will result in the development of legislation to enhance transparency in the funding of political parties, to give clarity to the electorate, and enhance our democracy. This legislation must be passed before the end of the 5th Parliament. Honorable members, parliaments have crucial responsibilities to play in national and local development policies. Whilst governments have to ensure service delivery to the people, Parliament has to oversee this process to ensure that the strategic outcomes and the promises we make to our people as envisaged in the NDP are achieved. The overarching mission of the 5th Parliament is to provide the people of South Africa with a vibrant People's Assembly that intervenes and transforms society and addresses the development challenges of our people. In this regard, it is essential that Parliament conducts effective oversight over the executive by deepening its scrutiny of government activity to ensure that the needs of South Africans are met in keeping with our constitutional mandate. Parliament must also seek to enhance the participation of South Africans in the decision-making processes that have a direct bearing on their well-being. We have to maintain healthy working relations between the 3 arms of the state, promote efficient and cooperative governance, and ensure appropriate links with our region in Africa and the world. Finally, Parliament must ensure that it has an innovative, transformative, effective, and efficient administration that enables members of Parliament to fulfill their constitutional responsibilities. We again acknowledge that the level of support given to members of Parliament is grossly inadequate, to put it mildly. The budget of Parliament reflects numerous engagements undertaken with National Treasury to ensure that allocations are geared towards effective realization of the constitutional mandate of the institution. As you are aware, the budget of Parliament is divided into 5 areas of focus, which are strategic leadership and governance, administration, core business, support services, and associated services. In addition, allocation is made in terms of members' remuneration, which brings the total allocation for Parliament to 2.2 billion rand. We asked for 2.9 billion rands. It would be remiss of me not to underscore that Parliament's budget is unacceptably low. Parliament's needs far exceed this funding. Allocation to the point where the institution finds it very difficult to fulfill its obligations. As we speak, the administration of Parliament and NEHAU are in talks regarding annual salary increments. We do not desire a situation where the staff of the institution are not to be paid their increases. This is not our policy. All political parties are in agreement that the support provided to parliamentary committees to do their oversight work is inadequate. In addition, the support provided to individual members and to party caucuses is far below what is required. Pursuant to the provisions of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, we will continue to engage the National Treasury. Is the Minister of Finance is here? I'm so glad to see you, sir. We will continue to engage the National Treasury with a view to ensuring that Parliament and the provincial legislatures are well funded and fully capacitated to discharge their constitutional responsibilities. Resourcing parliamentary business and party caucuses is indispensable if we are to ensure that the legislature maintains its unique identity as an independent arm of the state that equally contributes to deepening our democracy. Honorable members, there is therefore a need to review the current practice of how Parliament is funded, as it remains disadvantaged by the current funding model. The budget of Parliament, which is a distinct arm of state, cannot be decided in the same way as that of government departments. This call is in line with the NDP that requires a developmental state to have strong, capacitated, and well-resourced institutions. Ultimately, a desirable outcome would be for the ring-fencing of Parliament's budget to ensure that Parliament is able to achieve its mandate more effectively. Undoubtedly, strong parliaments bode well for democratic consolidation. There can be no strong democracy without a strong parliament. So this underscores the need to enhance the value addition of Parliament to our democracy. This is particularly relevant when one considers that year in, year out, the Auditor General is reporting on increasing levels of irregular and wasteful expenditure by government departments. In 2016, the Auditor General revealed that irregular expenditure was costing South Africa 46.3 billion rands. If Parliament was well-resourced and capacitated, it would be in a better position to detect the challenges and impact the country's audit outcomes positively. To enhance the ability of Parliament to address any gaps that manifest as it conducts its business, we have strengthened mechanisms to monitor the financial management of Parliament. Specifically, Section 4 of the FMPPLA provides for the establishment of an oversight mechanism to maintain oversight of the financial management of Parliament. As such, the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament was established in terms of the Joint Rules of Parliament. In this committee, under the chairpersonship of Honorable Mohai and Honorable Smith, financial management of Parliament is closely scrutinized to ensure that it is well placed to achieve its mandate. In addition, the Secretariat of Parliament is routinely called before this committee to report on all aspects of administration. I commend this committee, its members, and the management of Parliament for maintaining a healthy interaction that facilitates the operational effectiveness of the institution. Honorable members, the responsibility we bear as parliamentarians was so eloquently expressed by the late Nelson Mandela at his first budget vote debate, when he said, and I quote, "The people want real change for the better, and they are prepared to work for it. They expect of representatives in community structures and in Parliament and government leadership that meets the requirements of the times we live in. They have elected us into office because they trust that we will meet their aspirations," close quotes. To this end, in October 2016, we approved the business case for the Oversight and Accountability Program, which is comprised of 3 projects about which the Honorable Frolik is going to say more. In addition to enhancing oversight, the amount of time members spend in communities with their constituents must be extended. 2 important questions frequently asked by members is whether constituency offices are really working or serving our people as they should. and what can be done to ensure that constituency offices realize their full potential. Honorable members, we use the 25th May every year to not only celebrate, but to formulate and act on concrete measures to take our continent forward. The global environment is now characterized by a shift both in global economic relations and social dynamics, which has a significant impact on Africa. To this end, our Parliament has enhanced its international participation to include a broader set of platforms that discuss a wide array of challenges facing the globe. The establishment of a SADC-wide regional parliament is long overdue and cannot be delayed any further. More so given that South Africa will be hosting the SADC summit in August this year. We urge that this be an opportunity that we do not miss to make sure the SADC region, the SADC Parliamentary Forum is turned into a SADC regional parliament. We must look closely into our country's responsibilities in terms of the host country agreement where the Pan-African Parliament is concerned. We must look at instances of criminal attacks and robberies, especially against African women MPs when they are arriving in our country. To ensure that Parliament's international participation continues to be strategic and meaningful, it is critical that the Parliamentary Group on the International Relations is strengthened. The work, Nelson Mandela once stated in this House that the time for the healing of the wounds has come. The moment to bridge the chasms that divide us has come. The time to build is upon us. Close quotes. The budget of Parliament should be seen in the context of the dreams of our forebears, a dream to see a united South Africa that fully embraces prosperity as a desired outcome. As I close, let me return to the words of Oliver Tambo, who reminded us that, and I quote, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won. Until our country is free and happy and peaceful, we cannot rest. Indeed, we continue to fight I hope you wish me to be well. We continue to fight a struggle, but while we were able to unshackle ourselves from the chains of apartheid, we must forge ahead in our struggle against poverty and inequality. Our Parliament has a big role to play in this regard. Honorable members, at this point, I wish to take this opportunity to thank my counterpart, Honorable Thandi Modise, the chairperson of the NCOP, the presidency, the Office of the Leader of Government Business, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the House Chairpersons, the Speakers of Provincial Legislatures, the leaders of political parties, as well as the Chief Whips and Whippery in general, for working with us in order to provide the political leadership and stewardship of this institution and this arm of the state. I also wish to thank the Secretary to Parliament and the Parliamentary Service broadly for providing the administrative support required to realize our political vision and leadership. Honorable members, I thank you for your hard work and commitment under difficult circumstances. A very big word of appreciation to my staff and to the staff in the gallery. Finally, I wish to thank my family that continues to serve as a source of inspiration and supports me unconditionally. Honorable members, I urge that this House supports this budget vote and its annexures. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Jackson Tembu.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip. Oh, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Members of Parliament, in particular, those that comes from the ranks of the revolutionary, glorious movement, the ANC. Distinguished guests in the gallery, and a special mention, particularly, to the 8 family members of my late political advisor and chief of staff, Comrade Dumisang Bujabutsega, who are with us in the gallery at my invitation. In particular, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Comrade Dumi's wife, Tozama, was there, and also the presence of his father, Ubabu Bongo, who's there, and also his daughter, who's there, and a number of his brothers and uncles. Thank you for coming. We are truly honored that you could make this debate. I'm truly honored to participate in this very important debate on the budget of Parliament, and I dedicate this speech to Comrade Dumi Butsabothega, who passed on last month after a short illness. Comrade Dumi Sang was a humanist, a public servant par excellence, whose love for his family, his people, and his work cannot be questioned. He was also a distinguished cadre of our glorious movement, a political commissar, and a Marxist-Leninist who dedicated his entire life to better the lives of all our people. Even during the most difficult time of his life, when doctors had ordered him to take an indefinite leave from work owing to his sickness, Comrade Dumi came to work and continued to be a pillar of the office of the Chief Whip in the broader caucus of the African National Congress here in Parliament. We will miss you, Comrade Dumi. We will miss your dedication to the National Democratic Revolution. Robalaka Khotso. Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Speaker, as you have correctly pointed out in your budget speech right now, we owe this democracy to a gallant revolutionary leader and an astute internationalist, O.R. Tambo. Just like the biblical Moses, President Tambo did not live to see us into the promised land and us attaining our democracy, but through his decades of selfless sacrifice, he held the ANC together in exile whilst it was banned from our country by the apartheid regime. In the mid-80s, he crisscrossed the entire world, mobilizing all governments to support then an ANC vision for a democratic South Africa. He also crisscrossed the world, mobilizing the entire world community to support the ANC stance on what needed to happen in apartheid South Africa for the creation of conditions conducive for negotiations of a democratic future. The document that the ANC crafted on these matters under the guidance and leadership of President Owar came to be known as the Harare Declaration. It is this crisscrossing of the entire world on this important mission that took a heavy toll on his life, but the world community supported President Owar Tambo and the ANC's Harare Declaration. The rest is history. That's why we're here. He would have been 100 years old this year, and as we all know, his legacy, the South African Democratic Constitution, is 20 years old this year. As the ANC, we have begun to celebrate the life and times of Owar Tambo at our 105th birthday at the Limpopo province this year, where we decided to dedicate this year as the year of Owar Tambo, Unity in Action in Advancing Human Rights. As the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, we have dedicated this year, as you have correctly pointed out, Speaker, to celebrating the achievements which are dividends of our democratic constitution and dispensation over the past 20 years. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our democratic constitution has created a state that is constituted by three independent and interrelated complementary arms of the state, namely the executive, legislature, and judiciary. These arms of the state are the legacies of our esteemed President Owar Tambo. Today we debate, and indeed we commend to this House that we pass the budget of our Parliament as an important independent and interrelated arm of the state. We nonetheless want to propose to you, Honorable Speaker, and the chair of the NCOP, in your capacities as the executive authority of Parliament, that as we pass this budget, we must earnestly and honestly interrogate whether the framework of resourcing our parliamentary work, and indeed any other arm of state, is in keeping with the spirit of our Constitution. Deputy Speaker, it is our long-held view that the allocation of resources to Parliament should not follow the same pattern and framework of allocating resources to the 38 executive portfolios and departments. We are an arm of state and not a portfolio of the executive. We are expected to hold the executive arm of state accountable through oversight, lawmaking, public participation, constituency work, and oversight visits to determine the extent to which the executive and the programs at their disposal has changed the lives of our people for the better. Without adequately resourced arm of state called Parliament, the injunction of our Constitution to hold the executive arm of state accountable will remain a pipe dream. Our failure to hold the executive to account on their programs to change the lives of our people for the better on account of human and financial resources is an omission that needs urgent attention from all of us. Honorable Deputy Speaker, to drive this point of inadequate framework of resourcing Parliament home, let us, for example, take a look at the number of people, their levels, and the skills they have in the public service within the executive arm, and contrast that with the number of public servants in Parliament, their levels, and their skills profiles. We all know that there are thousands and thousands of public servants who are adequately skilled in each and every portfolio of the executive arm of state. These public servants in the various executive portfolios range from DGs, DDGs, chief directors, what. At times, outsourced technical skills are attained by the executive to enhance its work. The portfolio committees of this Parliament, first of all, you only have 5 people per portfolio committee, 5, who are expected to assist MPs to deal with complex matters emanating from departments and ministries. None of the 5 are at the level of the DDG, Chief Director, but are expected to match the skills profiles and expertise of departments in order to assist Parliament to hold the executive accountable. This is a misnomer and a miscarriage of the functions of of the functions that parliaments need to perform as per our constitution. The absence of specialized research capacity, as we have said, Honourable Speaker, to support members of parliament further bedevils the capacity of parliament to do its work. Honourable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, we are therefore proposing that the executive authority of parliament, represented by yourself, Honourable Speaker, and the chair of the NCOP, approach the state president of the Republic in his capacity as head of state, with an aim of addressing the inadequate resourcing framework for parliament as an arm of state. Deputy Speaker, the central role of political parties in our democratic dispensation cannot be overemphasized. Without political parties, we don't have a political democracy. Arising from this narrative, our Constitution in Section 236 states that, I open quotes, to enhance multi-party democracy, national legislation must provide for the funding of political parties participating in national and provincial legislation on an equitable and proportional basis, I close quote. As we all know, such legislation was enacted by this parliament in 1997 and is called the Public Funding of Represented Political Parties Act of 1997. This act created the Represented Political Parties Fund, which is administered by the Independent Electoral Commission. Currently, approximately 40 million is allocated by the fund to political parties. You have already said, Honourable Speaker, that the funding thus far is very inadequate to political parties. My movement, the ANC, has in numerous occasions at its conferences called for increased public funding for political parties within the ambit of the Constitution of the Republic. The ANC's 53rd National Conference resolved that, I open quotes, public funding should be expanded in order to promote and support democracy. Such funding will be accompanied by full financial accountability and transparency by political parties, including regulation of private financing of political parties, I close quote. Flowing from this resolution, the ANC has called for Parliament to regulate private funding of political parties in our country. Such regulation will also include disclosure of any donations that parties receive from any private donors. Deputy Speaker, we are happy to pronounce that the majority of parties represented in this Parliament have agreed that a parliamentary process be started forthwith regarding enhanced political funding of political parties from the public purse and the regulating of private party funding. In this regard, we will in due course bring a motion to this Assembly for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to be seized with the question of regulating party political funding. Deputy Speaker, we who are honorable members of this Parliament came to this Parliament through a proportional party political system that conforms to Section 46 and 47 of our Constitution and is regulated by Section 27 of the Electoral Act that states, a registered party intending to contest an election must nominate candidates and submit a list or lists of those candidates for that election to the Chief Electoral Officer of the IEC, I close quote. Is those candidate lists, Honourable Speaker, that were submitted by parties to the IEC that made all of us to be sworn in as members of Parliament representing those parties. None of us came here to this House through any other formula. As we all know, we do our work here in Parliament, yes, in the public interest, but informed by our political consciousness that dictates to us to abide by policies, values, principles, prescripts, and decisions of our political organizations. No one of us, including all of you here, are free agents. We are here deriving our mandate from our parties who sent us here. It is for this purpose that all parties have their caucuses here in Parliament so that the work we do as collectives derives from the directives of our parties. In this regard, the Democratic Alliance has expressly and in writing in its policies directed all its members of Parliament that, I open quotes, members must at all times adhere to and support decisions of the relevant caucus and must not differ publicly from any decision once it has been taken, except when it has been decided by the caucus that a member may, on a question of conscience, exercise a free vote. In addition, the DA in its constitution states under section 254, any member, including a public representative, is guilty of misconduct if he or she, 1, publicly opposes the party's principles, or repeatedly opposes published party policies. 2, deliberately, now listen to this, deliberately acts in a way which impacts negatively on the image or performance of the party. We all know that the DA did not hesitate to invoke provisions of these constitutional imperatives to deal with its public representatives, particularly at local government level, who failed to adhere to these constitutional provisions. For example, the action taken by the Democratic Alliance on its Cape Town Kraaifontein Sub-Council 2 members who voted for another DA member as opposed to the instruction of the party to vote for somebody else. They were suspended immediately. Who suspended them, please? The EFF in its constitution states that every member of the EFF shall have the duty, 1, to be loyal to the EFF, 2, to observe and resort to policies, resolution decisions of the Central Command Team and the rules and regulations of the EFF. In keeping with these provisions of their constitution, the EFF has ejected a number of MPs from this parliament, including Mr. Andile Mgqithama, who has now funded something called BLF. The ANC constitution, which I am a proud member of, under members' duties has this to say: members must take all necessary steps to understand and carry out the aims, policy, and program of the ANC. It further says an ANC member's duty is to observe.
Yes, what's your point of order?
But Andile Mgqithama is your member, Chief. It's not
Honorable member, that's not a point of order. You're a waste of time.
He has just messed up my time. The duties of it further says an ANC member's duty to observe discipline, behave honestly, and carry out loyally decisions of the majority and decisions of the higher bodies. It further states that the duties of an ANC member are to defend the policy, aims, and programs of the ANC. Giving direction to MPs, MPLs, and councillors, the ANC constitution has this to say: ANC members who hold elective office in any sphere of government at national, provincial, or local level are required to be members of the appropriate caucus, to function within its rules, and to abide by its decisions under the general provisions of this constitution and the constitutional structures of the ANC. Deputy Speaker, it is very surprising that ANC members of parliament are expected to vote against its own decisions and resolutions and party line, whilst all other parties are expected to vote following their party mandates. When it comes to the vote of no confidence on its president and the president of the republic, this is not only disingenuous and double standards and double speak on the part of the parties that make such calls to ANC MPs, but it makes a mockery of the political party electoral system that regulates our democracy in South Africa. Why must we turn our party political system on its head by expecting ANC members of parliament to vote its president out of office, and by so doing, vote its own government out of office? It's only a bewitched party that can do so to its government. ANC MPs are deployees of the ANC and have no authority to then redeploy one another. The deployment of any ANC member out of parliament is a responsibility and authority that resides with the African National Congress. Here in parliament, I'm guided by my political consciousness that says I'm here as a deployee of the ANC. I will therefore vote in accordance with the standing decisions and principles of the African National Congress. I will not vote with any dictates of any other party under the disguise of so-called conscious vote. By the way, when the ANC proposed the election of Honorable J.G. Zuma as President of the Republic on the 21st of May 2014, at the start of this fifth parliament, the DA, through Honorable Self here, who's my friend, objected to President Zuma being elected President of the Republic. Chief Justice Muhweng, who was presiding at the time, eloquently dismissed the objection. Dismissed it. And indeed, it's history. President Zuma became
Order,
the
Chair.
president. The EFF has continuously.
Yes, what are you raising on?
I rise on, in terms of Rule 68, irrelevance or reputation, Chair. We are not debating the vote of no confidence. We are debating vote 2.
Honourable
So the
member,
Speaker is
take your
very
seat.
irrelevant, is Rule 68. Can you
This
just
is-
rule on that?
Yes, this is a political statement. Go ahead, Honourable Member.
These two parties, the EFF and the DA, have this hatred of President Jacob Zuma from the time he became president. Now they are calling members of the ANC to come and remove our president. Nobody in the world has ever done so. We won't do so. While we have had a very rowdy,
Chief Whip, your time has expired, sir.
Deputy Speaker,
Honorable Speaker,
Deputy Speaker,
we indeed commend the
Deputy
budget
Speaker.
of Parliament
Your time is
to be
Deputy Speaker.
adopted by this House. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
can you please restrain him there?
What are you raising on,
I
Honourable
rise on a
Member?
point of order. It would have been appropriate that you restrain Jackson Mutembu there so that I can put a question to him.
No.
He's entirely out of order. He's misleading the public.
Take your seat, Honourable Member.
He is misleading the public
Take your point.
by alleging that the EFF opposed the nomination of Zuma in 2009 when he became the
Honourable
president.
Member, you are
The
contesting
EFF was
it.
not in
That's
existence
not
at
a
the
point
time.
of order. It's got
He's
nothing to do
misleading the
with...
public.
No. Take your seat, Honourable Member. You have responded to it. That's not a point of order. What are you raising, Honourable Member?
Deputy Speaker, in 1999, the EFF was not here.
Honourable Member, that's not a point of order. Please take your seat. Honourable Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I welcome all the staff in the gallery? Thank you very much for being here today. And we appreciate all the hard work you do under very trying circumstances, so thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, the Speaker and the Chief Whip talked about the ad hoc committee to do with funding of political parties. They talked about the public sector funding, private sector funding, but the one issue they didn't mention was Chancellor House funding, investment arm funding. The ANC, the way it funds itself, is by having an investment arm, they get tenders from the state, and from the profits of those tenders, they fund the ANC by millions and millions and millions of rands every year. And that too needs to be looked at as well, if we're going to be honest and have a level playing field. The other point that they make is that we need more funding from the state. They don't work on the presumption that maybe we should actually reduce the funding from the state. Why should the taxpayer keep forking out millions and millions of rands for the ANC in particular, when we have desperate needs for education, health and housing in our country? Why should they? Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip of the ANC talks about the vote of no confidence, and he quotes selectively from the DA's constitution, I may add, by the way. Very disingenuous. But the fact of the matter is, a vote of no confidence is one of conscience, and every MP should be able to apply their mind to that vote. So you asked us why should we vote against President Zuma? And that is because we took an oath to protect this constitution. That is exactly why you should vote for the vote of no confidence. And we don't hate President Zuma. We don't. We love our constitution. That is why we want to get rid of him. We love our constitution. And that's why he should go. And another thing, you asked no country in the world has ever had a vote of no confidence. Just a few months ago, Brazil got rid of their president. Brazil did it. They've led by example, and we should follow suit if we have the courage of our convictions. No. Deputy Speaker, the establishment of the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament was a welcome development. Panzi, man, panzi. As it allowed for the first time not only scrutiny over the budget of Parliament, but also the Secretary to Parliament and the Executive, namely the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the NCOP. It is therefore unfortunate that the first time the Speaker was summoned to appear before the committee on the 12th of May 2017, the Speaker arrived 1.5 hours late, delaying the start of the meeting. Then, adding insult to injury, you informed the committee that you had to catch a flight to Gauteng because you were doubled booked. You simply and rudely, I may add, got up and left the meeting without dealing with any of the issues you were instructed to address in the email to you. Your actions, Speaker, clearly indicate a total disdain you have for the committee and your unwillingness to accept accountability, much like many of the cabinet members. And it's quite ironic that you stood here today saying that we have to hold the executive to account when you yourself will not be held to account. A copy of the letter sent to you on the 4th of April notifying you of the meeting clearly indicates what was expected of you and what issues you were to address. One of these was the late signing of the performance contract of the Secretary of Parliament for the year 2016-17. In addition, the letter to you stated you had till 4 p.m. on the 28th of April to submit all documents regarding this issue. You failed again to provide any documentation. For the benefit of members, let me recap the issue. The Secretary of Parliament was appointed on the 1st of December 2014. And if you recall, he received a 71,000 ex gratia payment despite barely warming his seat. Do you remember that? We stated in last year's budget debate that we believe this to be in contravention of Section 7E of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, and we still believe that today. Yet, Speaker, you did absolutely nothing to rectify this abuse of state funds. Section 8 of the same Act stipulates, and I want to read it out, that the executive authority and the accounting officer must conclude a written performance agreement for the accounting officer annually. The performance agreement referred to must A, be concluded within a reasonable time after the accounting officer is employed, and thereafter within 1 week after the start of each financial year. B, specify performance standards linked to the objectives and targets of Parliament's performance plan. C, provide an annual assessment of the accounting officer's performance by the executive authority. And D, specify the consequences of substandard performance. Now, it remains unclear if, for the duration of the period 1st of December 2014 to the 31st of March 2015, or the preceding financial year, any performance contract was indeed concluded by the Secretary of Parliament and by the accounting officers, executive officers. What we do know, however, is that the performance contract for the 2016-17 financial year was never signed. It was never signed in the first week of the financial year, nor in the second week of that year, nor in the third week, nor in the 10th week, nor in the 20th week, or the 30th week, or the 40th week. In fact, in the meeting, where it was the 49th week of that financial year, the Secretary confirmed to us that his contract had still not been signed by the Speaker. This is a disgrace, Speaker, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Chair, I cannot inform the House as to whether the performance contract was ever signed before the end of that financial year, or whether there's a performance contract in place for this financial year. But as the Speaker refuses to be held accountable by the committee that's been put in place to hold her accountable. Needless to say, we have never received a report, even from the Executive Authority, assessing the Secretary's performance for previous years, or what action has been taken with regards to any substandard performance. None whatsoever. No accountability on your part. Given the unhappiness of the staff in Parliament, the past industrial action and the pending industrial action, and the failure of this institution to meet key objectives, we are not surprised that the Speaker has not provided an assessment report. She's probably embarrassed to do so. And I reiterate, it is ironic that the very institution that is supposed to hold the executive to account fails to adhere to the laws and to evade them being held accountable themselves. Speaker, you talked about a separation of power between the executive, Parliament and the judiciary. Well, why don't you yourself apply that principle, the separation of power between the ANC, your chairperson there, and as Speaker of Parliament? There should be a clear separation of Parliament between the two institutions. Deputy Speaker, yesterday and today, you raised the issue of the judicial overreach and that you were concerned of the number of cases against Parliament brought by the DA and other opposition parties. Well, Madam Speaker, if Parliament did its job in upholding the Constitution properly, there would be no need for parties such as the DA to seek justice from our courts. If the ANC members on this side of the House actually read this document and defended it against all odds, we would not have to go to court. Your continued insistence on remaining the chairperson of the ANC and the Speaker of Parliament is the actual problem here. And I see the speakers now left. I don't know which. Oh, okay, that's very good. Good. It has resulted in Parliament becoming a surrogate for Lutuli House. We witness MPs' freedom of speech being restricted to such an extent that we have more freedom of speech outside Parliament than we do inside at times. The blurring of the lines continued when you allowed armed military personnel onto the parliamentary precinct during the opening of Parliament. This despite giving assurances that it would not happen. You assured all the parties in a meeting and you assured the nation at a press conference. The Constitution and the Powers and Privileges Act have been violated. And 4 constitutional principles I want to talk to in particular. Firstly, that Parliament is independent and determines what happens on the precinct. Secondly, that the executive interference in Parliament is a serious risk to democracy. Thirdly, that the threat of force undermines the privileges of freedom of speech, like now, and the freedom of arrest. And lastly, that the presiding officers have a constitutional duty to protect the independence and integrity of Parliament. If you did not give permission, Madam Speaker, then the military was here illegally on the precinct. And if you did give permission, then Parliament has been lied to. You need to explain yourself today, Madam Speaker, here at the end of this debate, what exactly happened. Another committee that has been captured is the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest. When an opposition MP is fingered, the committee handles the case with exceptional efficiency. However, when an ANC MP is implicated, the committee drags its heels to such an extent that it stops meeting altogether. The co-chairpersons of the committee need to be reminded that this committee is supposed to be neutral and they are there to ensure that all MPs, irrespective of party affiliation, are dealt with in the same manner. Failure to do so undermines its legitimacy. We look forward to the committee meeting and starting to deal with a long list of matters before it. It is quite clear that the next phase of the ANC state capture strategy is to take control of Parliament, not only by shutting down debate, but by deploying ANC cadres to key positions. So while top officials are employed at huge expense and drain the parliamentary budget, the rest of the staff, many of them in the gallery here, have been informed that they will not be getting an increase this year. Shame on you, Madam Speaker. I put it to you, Speaker, that Parliament has been reduced to an employment agency of the Lutuli House. And while on the subject of staff, your office has 42 staff members, while Members' Support Services has only 19. But what is more astounding is the amount of money people are being paid. The head of your staff earns over 1.6 million rand per annum. On top of that, you have 3 special advisors, not 1, not 2, but 3. Each one of them earns just under 1.6 million rand each. You have 5 communications managers, 5, each earning just over 1 million rand each. The question that begs asking is, what do they actually do all day? The total cost of your office is staggering, and I want the ANC members to listen carefully now. It is 37,983,153 rand per annum. That's your office alone. It is no wonder that you can't afford to pay the rank and file staff increases this year. And another thing, if you want to ask the Treasury for more money, one way of getting more money into the Treasury would be by reducing the size of this cabinet, the second biggest in the world. Another division that needs scrutiny is that of the Parliamentary Communications Service division, which has, according to the organizational structure, 84 staff members. One division being that of the Millennium Program, Parliamentary Millennium Program, which was closed in 2013, but yet still exists. We need to look at that. Speaker, the DA will not allow Parliament to become another stat in the ANC's state capture campaign. We swore an oath to uphold this
Honourable
constitution,
member, your
and we
time
will
is
never
up.
allow again this institution to be
Honourable
trampled on
Shivambu.
as a political footballer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, House Chair. So the Chief Whip of the majority party stands up here and says that it is only a bewitched political party that can vote against its president. And then he then makes a proclamation that the ruling party, the ANC, is not bewitched. I think that the ANC is bewitched because it's only a bewitched political party that outsources its executive functions to a Gupta family, a corrupt family that runs the show here in South Africa. It is beyond any reasonable doubt that all power has been outsourced to a family. They're in charge of parastatals, they're in charge of appointment of key ministries. It is a bewitched political party that trains an individual for 7 days and 7 nights on corruption, takes that person on induction on how to corrupt and steal resources of the state,
Honourable
and
Shivambu.
appoints that person as a minister for just 1 weekend.
Honourable
That is
Shivambu,
witchcraft.
can you take your seat? There's a point of order. What's the point of
I
order?
want to
Honourable
bring to attention Rule 68 that we're debating Parliament budget vote. Honorable Shibambu is addressing the political party of the Chief Whip rather than focusing on the budget vote.
Honourable member, thank you very much, but order. Budget debates by their very nature are political statements, so allow the member to proceed.
So the Chief Whip of the ANC speaks about witchcraft. Witchcraft is when your officials, the top 6, contradict each other publicly. A president says this, a deputy president says this, a secretary general says this, a treasurer general says that. That is a bewitched political party. A bewitched political party is a political party that has got as a standing item on its agenda a motion of no confidence against its own president. That is a bewitched political party. It's a political party that takes decisions that Brian Mulife must be removed as a ESCOM CEO, but he comes here in Parliament to present the strategic framework and explanations of ESCOM, just afresh from your highest decision-making body. Now, that is witchcraft, so you must not tell us about witchcraft of organizations because you come from one, but we are here to officially reject the proposed budget of Parliament as presented by the Speaker of the National Assembly for primarily 3 reasons. One is that we do not think that Parliament in a current design has got the necessary legislative capacity as is mandated by the Constitution. But 2, it doesn't have the necessary intrinsic oversight mechanisms and systems that are required by the Constitution as well. But 3, we do not trust the politicians and the officials and the processes that are in place to hold Parliament accountable in terms of how the finances of Parliament are managed. And before we go deeper into that, as the EFF, we stand to condemn all forms of gender violence, of gender-based violence that are ongoing in South Africa. As we said before, such kind of violence, of gender-based violence against women, is un-African, it's inhuman, and it's a sign of cowardice. And we call on all our communities to reject all forms of gender-based violence. Now, coming back to the reasons why we reject the budget of Parliament, we are saying that Parliament doesn't have adequate legislative capacity because the Constitution, sections 42, 43, and 44 of the Constitution gives the legislative mandate to the National Assembly. But what happens in the current setup is that the executive is the one that drafts legislation. And then Parliament is given to comment on legislations. Of course, we've got the power to could change there and there. But in terms of initiating legislation from the beginning, although there are some permissible laws that can give you to pass private members' bills and so on and so forth, but Parliament doesn't have intrinsic capacity, even in terms of staffing that can draft legislation and guide it until conclusion. So there should be a legislative office here in Parliament that is well capacitated, of well-paid individuals. When we say that we want to propose a law on illicit flows, we must be able to go into that office and say, let us draft this legislation. These are the politics and these are the technicalities that we must then deal with. But 2, the oversight capacity of Parliament must go to the extent of being forensic. We must not just superficially assess departments and expenses of so many public institutions. The state has got possibly more than 70, if not more than 100, state-owned companies in all departments and the public of public enterprises and all government departments which we must intricately oversee in terms of the movement of finances, what happens. But Parliament doesn't have that capacity. We just give superficial assessment that no, this budget is not proper, only to discover from the media later on that money has been utilized for wrong purposes. Money has been siphoned off to enrich a family. Money has been misused there and there. More than 40 billion of money that is supposed to impact on people's lives is being misused there, as is said by the Auditor General. And these are the things that Parliament should have detected far much earlier. So we are calling for an establishment of proper forensic capacity of Parliament to deal with the oversight of all the institutions that account to this particular institution. But 3, we are the only ones as the EFF who rejected the appointment of Mgidlana as the Secretary of Parliament. Because we could see from far that this guy is corrupt. We can tell you today that we said here that Mgidlana is not a proper candidate to become the Secretary of Parliament. He is law unto himself. He does things as he pleases. And why is because the institutions, the non-partisan institutions that are supposed to oversee the monies of Parliament are not properly sitting on a constant basis. The Parliamentary Oversight Authority and other institutions, even the manner in which it is designed is problematic because it says that if we disagree in the POA, the Speaker can have a decision, a final decision on everything else that we disagree upon there. So the Speaker is law unto herself in terms of the oversight and the proper financial management system. That is why Mgidlana, who is protected by the Speaker, behaves in the manner in which he's doing. He disrespects workers. He goes to international trips that are not properly approved. He gives himself bursaries and all sorts of things. So part of the solutions in terms of what is needed here is that Mgidlana, or whatever he is, must step down. He must resign. He is currently undergoing the investigation by the public protector. Why is Parliament not charging him for the same allegations that the public protector is investigating? Subject him to a disciplinary process and take him out of office because he's not going to help this Parliament. It's not good that every day we come to Parliament, workers of Parliament are striking against one individual. Every day. We're held at ransom by one individual. But the principles upon which we are rejecting this budget is because we do not think that the legislative and oversight strength of Parliament is adequate, and the politicians, the officials, and the processes that are put in place to oversee the functions of Parliament are adequate. We therefore stand to reject the budget as proposed. Thank you very much.
Singh. Before Honorable Singh commences with his speech, I would like to recognize the students from Ocean View Senior Secondary School. You are welcome to Parliament. Over to you, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, which was constituted in 2016 in terms of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, has since its formation allowed intensive interrogation of all aspects relating to Vote 2. And as Honorable Waters said, this is a positive step indeed. And one would wish, Honorable Speaker, that as part of our oversight responsibility that you spoke about earlier, Parliament has an oversight responsibility, we would establish a committee that would oversee Vote 1, the presidency. Now, I know, Honorable Speaker, you said that there is no need to go to court to resolve some of these issues, and I agree with you. But let me remind you of what the former Chief Whip, and I'm glad the current Chief Whip of the ANC, or I don't know if he's paying attention, but his colleague, the former Chief Whip, when I raised this matter in the Rules Committee and in the Programming Committee over the establishment of a committee to oversee Vote 1, the presidency, which we are debating tomorrow, he said, and I quote, "over my dead body," close quotes. Now, Honorable Speaker, if we are serious about oversight of the executive in terms of Section 55(2)(a) of the Constitution, we have to post-haste ensure that we have this oversight committee, and I'm leaving it with the Chief Whip of the majority party. Turning to Vote 2 and the utilization of resources, there are some genuine concerns that we have discovered in spending patterns. Firstly, the Secretary to Parliament must engage more with staff, and there have been too many impasses, breakdowns with staff since his taking office. Sound parliamentary administration and institutional good governance must be continually striven for if this institution is to provide its MPs with the necessary forum from which to hold the executive to account and enact legislation. Unhealthy staff relations abound with concomitant low staff morale, and I think I raised this with you, Honorable Speaker. And you know, although some members on the committee have said to us, we should not become the shop stewards of the workers here, my answer to that is we cannot be oblivious to the environment that we work in on a daily basis. And we also have to listen to what they say. And our appeal is that long-standing, outstanding disciplinary cases, the question of danger pay for the so-called parliamentary bouncers, these need to be addressed. Honorable Chairperson, if anybody is at risk in this House from whatever is thrown at them missiles, it's my honorable leader and I. And you've seen it before, when we were even asked to move when certain things were happening. Honorable Chairperson, Mark's Building, I think we really got to look at Mark's Building, the question of Wi-Fi. Flavor of the month is email hacking. That's the flavor of the month. We're reading about it every day, email hacking. We don't know to what extent the emails that we use or the information that we send using parliamentary email system is free from any bugs, and the Honorable Minister and his team, the Minister of Intelligence. So this is something that we really need to look at. As far as supporting this budget, Honorable Speaker will support this budget. We know that there is need for more funds. But when we say we need more funds from Treasury, we need to ensure that we sharpen our own pencils. We need to show that we prioritize the items within this budget. Then only we can go to Treasury and say, we are cost-cutting ourselves as Parliament. We're not having a top-heavy executive structure, paid exorbitant amounts of salary. We are doing our best now. You've got to support us in that regard. Unless we do that, Treasury is going to show us the door. We have to...
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Sheki, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, members of this Honourable House. Let me acknowledge the presence of our parliamentary staff, very dedicated and committed staff of Parliament, and our students from Ocean View Secondary School, and other distinguished guests in the gallery. Honourable Chairperson, before I start, allow me to extend on behalf of the National Freedom Party our condolences to the family and friends of Hannah Cornelius, who was murdered by some unscrupulous human being the other day. And over and above that, Honourable Chairperson, we've just heard news that another body was found of a woman in Langa. So allow us to condemn this horrific acts of violence against women and children in our country. Honourable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party supports the budget vote tabled here today. Now, that might sound like a joke to my colleagues on the other hand, but Honourable Chairperson, in order for this Parliament to function the way it does, and I must again commend the staff for the effort you put in making sure that we are successfully able to conduct our affairs, and the services especially that is provided to members of Parliament. It is as a result of that we believe that staff must be well taken care of. And we call on the department to take the necessary steps to ensure that all parliamentary staff get that increase that they are due and entitled to every year, like most of other people in the country do. And we call on the department to negotiate with Treasury to find the necessary resources. Honourable Chairperson, but in having said that, we also want to add that we believe there are a lot of wasteful expenditure. And let me start off. First of all, Honourable Chairperson, we have monies that are appropriated for constituency offices, and I have brought this out before. There is no mechanism in place to ensure that these offices exist, whether these staff exist, whether these furniture exists. There's absolutely no mechanism to do that. So maybe that is one of the things that we need to address, including travel. What is happening is this, that most of our members, while we have a state-owned entity in South African Airways, choose to want to fly on British Airways because they get business class seats at very short notices. As a result, where a ticket can cost you 800 Rand is now costing you 4,000 Rand. So we're also saying a mechanism of that, so something needs to be put in place then. Let me also add in terms of accommodation at hotels, and one ideal example was when I was in Sweden, where our dinner at the hotel was costing 800 Rand. But at the restaurant across the road, it was 150 Rand, and we had to buy the food there, bring the receipt, give it through to the hotel, and they were still claiming 800 Rand. So I think these are some of the measures we need to put in place so that we can reduce our wasteful expenditure. Even our catering services, for that matter, we are catering. There is no mechanism in order to see and check whether what was ordered has been delivered, what has been left, are we paying for the earning. So these are some of the measures that I think we need to put in place. Honourable Chairperson, let me also add the oversight mechanisms that we have got in place. We're not sure whether it is really bearing fruit, because all that is happening is this: we are going on to these premises, we are going on oversight mechanisms, we are watching what is going on, we come back with report and very little or nothing is happening in terms of that. We're also saying in terms of cutting down expenditure, instead of all the departments flying down every week to come here and deliberate and to be interrogated by the standing committees and the portfolio committee, maybe it might make sense to have a standing committee go for 3 days to Pretoria and address all the different departments that we need to. It's another way that we believe we'll be able to cut down on some of the cost measures. Honourable Chairperson, let me also add that what the National Freedom Party believes is this, that in order to ensure that we have a good working relationship.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party supports the budget vote tabled here today. Thank you.
Honorable House Chairperson Froelich.
Honorable Speaker, members of the Executive, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the 20 years of the Constitution and the formation of the National Council of Provinces, we must remind ourselves that Parliament's vision is to build an effective people's parliament that is responsive to the needs of the people and that is driven by the ideal of realizing a better quality of life for all the people in South Africa. Its mission is to represent and act as a voice of the people in fulfilling Parliament's constitutional functions, that is of passing laws and overseeing executive action. Based on this and the constitutional requirements, Parliament developed mechanisms to guide its work on oversight in the form of the Oversight and Accountability Model that was adopted in 2009 by the Third Parliament. Oversight is a constitutionally mandated function of legislative organs of state to scrutinize and oversee executive action and any organ of state. The Oversight and Accountability Model from the outset emphasized the need to increase the capacity of committees and members of Parliament. Parliamentary committees fulfill a crucial oversight role and must be adequately supported by the institution to execute this mandate. Parliamentary committees, Honorable Speaker, are correctly referred to as the epicenter or the engine room of oversight and the lawmaking process. In a study to determine the best practices in parliaments around the world, the IPU found that MPs are allocated a dedicated secretary and a researcher, in addition to that which is offered by the committees to which they belong. Committees in these parliaments also have dedicated rooms, and they meet as often and as long as possible, which relates and translates into better performance and the execution of their mandates. Achieving this standard is much dependent on the availability of space and the expansion of existing infrastructure, or, as we've previously discussed, the relocation and construction of a new parliamentary complex. The lack of adequate facilities has led to soaring costs in securing committee meeting venues outside Parliament. Honourable members, currently, there are 38 committees in the National Assembly, 3 joint committees with the NCOP and 4 other internal committees. That gives us a total of 45 committees. In the last financial year, an additional 4 ad hoc committees were constituted to do very important work. The current situation under which we function is becoming more and more challenging. The support and the resources at the disposal of committees is highly inadequate, and this impacts negatively on the effective execution of the constitutional mandate. The austerity measures introduced by the National Treasury resulted in budget cuts that has exacerbated the situation. The budget allocation has decreased over the last 3 years. In 2015-16, it was 45 million, 16-17, 38 million, and is projected for this financial year to be 42 million rand. So in effect, we must not think that the 2.2 billion rand budget of Parliament is for the committee section. It's for all the operations of Parliament. We thus, with the NCOP, have a total of 56 committees, and we must fund all these activities out of a budget of 42 million rand. There's a number of vacancies in the committee section where there's a shortage of staff, researchers, and content advisors. In total, as we have calculated up to today, there's 47 vacancies, and the pressure on the existing staff is getting so great that a lot of them can't cope with the additional work that is loaded onto them. On top of it, Madam Speaker, it's important for the Office of the Speaker to be supported by an efficient and highly effective National Assembly table. Also here, Honourable Speaker, the number of vacancies, 8 vacancies in total at this table, is impacting negatively on the support that they're giving to Parliament. The cost-cutting measures announced in the committee section last year resulted in savings. For instance, in the last financial year, catering for committees has been reduced by 1.9 million rand. Newspaper adverts have been reduced by almost 3 million rand.
Order, honourable members, can we converse little quietly so that we don't drown the speaker?
However, we want to emphasize, Honorable Chairperson, that the cutting in cost for newspaper adverts, which predominantly deal with the advertisements for legislation, have not impacted adversely on the foothold that we have and increasing the footprint for Parliament to get its message out and to get comment from the public. What we've simply done was to cut down to one national newspaper per language, and in the past it was predominantly English and Afrikaans that was used in about 4 or 5 national newspapers. And we have succeeded now in publishing these adverts in all the official languages, making use of regional and community newspapers as well. This is supplemented with advertisements in electronic media and on community radio stations. The measures that we are currently looking at and that we are implementing to further reduce costs is that of minimizing travel and accommodation changes for oversight visits and thereby reducing cancellation costs and finance charges. After this, Honorable Speaker, there's no more space in the committee section to further reduce costs. Notwithstanding the above, honorable members, it's important that we ensure that Parliament remain accessible to all our people, and in this regard, the committee section has paid for the cost for certain community representatives who cannot afford to travel but have an important input to make in the lawmaking process. A number of committees are making use of this facility, and it's important to ensure that it's not only those who reside in close proximity to Parliament, lobby groups, and those who can afford that come and bring their message to us. Honorable members, new political challenges has emerged as far as committees are concerned, and this impact directly on the oversight role of members of Parliament. Late last year, extra security measures had to be put in place to ensure the safety of MPs who conducted public hearings by the PC on higher education. In March this year, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration received death threats while they were doing oversight in a certain province. In April this year, a joint committee meeting of the Select Committee on Finance and the Portfolio Committee on Trade and Industry were disrupted by certain attendees who refused to obey the rulings of the chairpersons and clearly had an intent to disrupt the proceedings of that joint committee. The latter incident occurred on the precincts of Parliament, and of course, the chief whips of parties in the Chief Whips Forum and the Programming Committee raised serious concerns about this, and there was a call for more stringent measures to be put in place. We, however, have to remind ourselves that this Parliament has established a proud tradition and reputation as a people's Parliament, where citizens from all walks of life can freely participate, raise divergent views very robustly, and contribute in decision-making processes that impact on their lives. A balance must thus be struck between access, openness and transparency, and effective security measures on the precinct. We must thus ensure that the existing rules, regulations, and procedures are fully implemented before contemplating new measures. A very good working relationship exists with the Office of the Auditor General, and continuously we are being appraised by the Auditor General on what is happening and the measures that his office is taking to deal with transgressions and financial malpractices. The Honourable Speaker has referred to the issue of irregular expenditure, and just to highlight the problem, honourable members, for the past 3 years alone, unauthorised expenditure is up to more than 4 billion rand, fruitless and wasteful expenditure is more than 3.6 billion rand, and irregular expenditure stands at 105 billion rand for the last 3 years. The above necessitates a change in approach and closer collaboration between the committees of finance, SCOPA, public service and administration, as well, working with the Department of Performance, Monitoring and Evaluation. It remains the ultimate responsibility of all portfolio committees to scrutinize and to zoom in on irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and unauthorized expenditure. The question we must ask, honorable member, is who are the individuals or entities who are disposing of public funds without value? That is, they pay money out, but they know there's no value that's going to come back to the citizens and to the state. Who benefit from this? Deputy Speaker, every year there's huge excitement and interest when the Minister of Finance tabled the budget. However, when the Auditor General released the audited outcomes on how these funds were spent or misspent, There's no fanfare. Very few members of parliament are around, and it's usually happening at some press conference in Pretoria. Parliament must elevate the results of these annual audited outcomes to the same level to that of the budget. As MPs, we must all be seized and interested as to how the funds were spent and what happened to the deliverables that was expected. Last year in this debate, Honourable Speaker, I informed the House of the progress and consultation processes that we were to embark upon to finalize the public participation model. The political task team completed the work in July 2016. Unfortunately, when a meeting of the Joint Rules Committee were called in November last year, political parties were found wanting, all of political parties, because it simply referred the decision to adopt this public participation model that respond to a number of issues that members have raised here on oversight. The sooner, Honourable Chief Whips, we adopt the public participation model, we'll know that we are able to respond. In the last few seconds at my disposal, Honourable Speaker, we also announced the phased rollout last year of the My Parliament app, which started on a trial basis. The application, which is a member-centric application, has now been rolled out to about 20 committees, and we expect all the committee secretaries to be trained by the end of June. The app is installed on the devices of 203 members of Parliament. We need to ensure, however, that we don't only give the app and make the technology available, but encourage and train the members to utilize the technology. It's one thing to have the app, but it means absolutely nothing in moving towards a paperless environment if we don't use that app. In conclusion, Honourable Chairperson, the Parliamentary Budget Office proved to be a centre of excellence and ably support the work of the Finance and Appropriations Committees of both houses. They provide independent analysis of key areas and needs to be further supported. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Nkwankwa.
Thank you very much, House Chair and honourable members. DP, it's so good to see you here. It would be interesting to know how you voted yesterday in that motion of no confidence. I hope you did not mandash on it. Arguably, the most important matter to discuss under this budget vote is the overall strategic orientation of Parliament. More specifically, the question to ask, in line with the strategic objectives of Parliament, whether Parliament has done enough to ensure a consensus-oriented approach to decision-making, strengthen oversight and accountability, and that whether it endeavors to comply with the rule of law. Admittedly, much has been achieved in attempting to arrive at decisions in a consensus-oriented approach in forums such as Chief Whips. Nowhere is this more evident than in the improvement in the political cooperation that exists between political parties represented here. However, this approach has yet to be extended to the more substantive work of Parliament. For an example, the ANC continues to steamroll legislation in Parliament using its majority. With respect to oversight and accountability, it is under your leadership, Speaker, that the Constitutional Court last year pointed to Parliament's neglect of its oversight function on the Nkandla matter. As we speak, you are likely to once again be found on the wrong side of history on the secret ballot matter that is before the Constitutional Court. Regrettably, even on this matter, your default position is, as was the case with the Nkandla matter, on the side of the executive rather than MPs in Parliament. In other words, under your leadership, Honourable Speaker, this Parliament chooses to side with an executive that has gone rogue than with the people it purportedly represents. How long will it take before we act to correct this anomalous situation, as the danger of letting the status quo remain is that South Africans will soon unhappily postulate that in reality, except as a compliance measure with the constitutional provision that provides for the establishment of Parliament as one of our arms of government, Parliament does not exist. Speaker, it is regrettable that relations between the management and the employees of Parliament have been allowed to deteriorate. As we speak, our workers are up in arms fighting against the possibility of going through this financial year without an annual increase, or even worse, the possibility of facing retrenchment. Without involving ourselves in labor disputes, we call on you, Speaker, to intervene on our behalf. and to look at possible reprioritization measures that can ensure that our workers receive an annual increase this year. And if all fails, approach the National Treasury for assistance. Parliament needs a well-cared for and a well-functioning support staff members in order to be able to discharge its constitutional duties. Fellow South Africans, as we've said many times before, that this is our people's boardroom. We should therefore be ashamed of ourselves when we look back and consider that there were many times that we did not treat this august house with the dignity and respect it deserves. Nowhere is this succinctly captured than in the amount of unpalatable and unsavory words that we have allowed to slip into Parliament's lexicon. As a result, unparliamentary behavior has sadly become the new normal in the Fifth Democratic Parliament. We have to change course before we completely destroy the image and the reputation of this institution. This issue may sound trivial to some, but it has a special pertinence to the functioning of Parliament and issues that have to do parliamentary decorum. Speaker, last year, we wrote to you many times as the young people that are represented in Parliament, asking that you consider the establishment of the Youth Caucus, Parliamentary Youth Caucus. To date, we are still waiting for you to respond to us. Awufumaneki mama wogqitha noThixo. The UDM grudgingly supports budget vote 2. Kawubonakale mama, kudala sikukhangela awufumaneki. Sifuna ulungisa ingxaki zabantu abatsha.
I know you are the advocate of Youth Caucus, so as the women, I think you will have to join forces together and argue for caucuses of both women and youth at this. Thank you very much, Honorable Nkwankwa, Honorable Killian.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Speaker, if he's around, colleagues, guests in the gallery, fellow South Africans. It is a privilege for me to participate in this vote, and at the outset, let me stress that the ANC will support Budget Vote 2. The ANC regards this as a critical arm of government to support the following values as enshrined in the Constitution, and specifically in Section 1. To provide for a multi-party system of democratic government, to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness, close quote. The National Assembly is the most representative arm of government, and in terms of Section 42(3), quote, it is elected to represent the people and to ensure government by the people under the Constitution. It does this by choosing its president, by providing a national forum for public consideration of issues, by passing legislation, and by scrutinizing and overseeing executive action. Close quote. This is the House where we need to debate matters of national importance and engage on the very many challenges facing our nation. This is where we should discuss how to overcome the legacies of colonial and apartheid rule and the scourge of the brutal assault on and the murder of our women and children that we've seen recently. How to solve the inequalities and intergenerational poverty that is facing our nation. Large portions of our fabric of our society suffers under that. As representatives of the nation, we should know where the deficiencies in the delivery of services are, and we should hold those accountable for those specific governance failures. This is the House where we should assess the performance against set targets of all the delivery arms of government, and where we should expose mismanagement and corruption wherever it occurs and whoever is involved. This is also the House where we should encourage sound governance practices, but also insist on consequence management for all those in the public service who fail our nation. The PFMA is applicable, and we only need to follow the provisions to know what to do. But this is also where we should give credit to leaders and individuals in the public sector who are committed to service delivery excellence in the public sector. Our mandate includes the duty to ensure that we have value for money government, a role that Scopa performs well. And in this regard, the Honourable Frolick has referred to that. We serving in portfolio committees have a critical role to fulfill, to follow up on Auditor General reports and Scopa findings. However, we have to admit that we have capacity constraints, and we do need to really resolve the issue. Ultimately, this House must ensure that all organs of state comply with Section 217 of the Constitution, which reads, and I would like to read it, when an organ of state in the national, provincial, or local sphere of government, or any other institution identified in national legislation, contracts for goods and services, it must do so in accordance with a system which is fair, equitable, transparent, and cost-effective. We need to follow through on that, and we don't often enough do it because we don't have the capacity. We should not hesitate to expose and follow through and lay criminal charges for any person who shows contempt for Parliament. From public officials who mislead Parliament to members of the public who disrupt meetings. The powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act is applicable in this respect. We must charge those for perjury if they mislead the House. Also those who disrupt Parliament, as indicated before. Honourable Chairperson, before MPs perform their function, before they actually assume their seats in this House, Section 48 determines that they must affirm and swear faithfulness to the country and obedience to the Constitution, a very important clause in the Constitution. By pledging to uphold the Constitution, it follows logically that we also pledge to respect the different democratic institutions and democratic procedures and practices created in the Constitution. It also follows logically then that since the National Assembly rules derive its authority from Section 57 of the Constitution, that we should comply with the constitutional values and principles enshrined in the Constitution and encapsulated in our National Assembly rules. The 9th edition of the National Assembly rules was adopted last year, a little more than a year ago, in fact 3 years. And the new rules were adopted after a fully inclusive process was followed. In fact, the Rules Review Committee already completed, to a large extent, the rules revision when the new Parliament started, and we had to go through from Rule 1 to Rule 367 to ensure alignment of all parties to the rules. Despite participation of most parties, the practical application of the new National Assembly rules, however, was only partially successful. This is because largely opposition members either refused to accept the role of the Speaker and other presiding officers, or is it perhaps for another reason? Is it perhaps that they want to create drama and excitement on this platform? Rather than respecting this institution as a cornerstone of democracy, the 5th Parliament has seen several deliberate disruptions by some opposition parties, which point to a complete disrespect for the Constitution and the constitutional democracy. Some unfortunately shun parliamentary practices and orders and repeatedly challenge rulings by presiding officers without following procedures laid down in the rules. It's there, they must just follow it. They continue to disrupt meetings and sittings of the House. The Honourable Buthelezi is there. He has been at the receiving end of physical violence, even to the extent of assaulting the Parliamentary Protection Services and vandalizing the buildings of Parliament. Honourable Chairperson, that is completely unacceptable. We believe the time has come for MPs to be charged to pay for repair of parliamentary buildings. These are public buildings paid for by the public state. Students are charged if they are doing the same. Why should MPs go scot-free? The disruptive conduct in the public gallery flows from what happens here on the floor. Also in the public hearings, we are now encountering problems. We need to take firm action before this matter gets completely out of hand. Chairperson, I would like to just refer to some very odd contradictions. We would have expected the DA leadership to play a more mature role as official opposition in this House. After all, the party boasts that it has been founded in the old Liberal Party of South Africa and as such has a long association with parliamentary traditions. In fact, the DA indeed modeled its own operations on Westminster parliamentary traditions. You know, Honourable Chairperson, the DA calls their spokespersons for different portfolios shadow ministers. That is a typical tradition that flows from Westminster. Nothing wrong with it, but it means they understand certain practices that have been long established. Despite a convention and practice in the parliaments of well-established democracies, those members of specifically the DA refuse to raise when the Speaker or other presiding officers and the President enter the chamber. The DA lately also sat down, and they started this as a sort of a specific action against the Speaker. Why? Because they dislike the individuals. This shows how immature our official opposition is. They cannot differentiate between what is created through the Constitution. We create offices. You don't establish individuals in positions. They assume responsibilities. Therefore, it is very odd that we don't see a bigger role for the leader of the honourable leader of the opposition. But we should perhaps understand that his time is limited with a new role that he's now assumed as opposition leader in the SADC countries, specifically recently in Zambia. Perhaps his time is a little limited. Chairperson, this shows that unfortunately the DA has lost institutional memory. It appears that there's nobody left in the Democratic Alliance to point out what the impact of their actions are. This does not only, by the way, on that score, Honourable Chairperson, I think the time has come that we also now deal with that matter decisively. The Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition, he is always referring to the National Party. Now, can I please remind him, if he doesn't know, and perhaps he should Google the history of the Democratic Alliance, because he is very young. You know, the Democratic Alliance was established as an alliance between the Democratic Party and the National Party. That is why you have had Sheila Kammerer, who crossed the floor during crossing of the floor legislation. That is why you still have two former councillors of the NP, Honourable Van der Walt and Honourable Schmidt, on the side of the DA. Nothing wrong with it. People choose where they want to belong. Currently serving in the Western Cape legislature is Ms. Anru Maree, coming from the National Party. She's MEC for Cultural Affairs and Sport. Mr. Dan Plato, MEC Community Safety, coming from the National Party. Mr. Anton Bredell, MEC Local Government and Chair of the DA in the Western Cape. Mark Wiley, DA Chief Whip in the Western Cape Legislature. I can go on. I have a long list. I can go on. I don't want to waste my own time. What is the moral of the story? Know your history. The DA was a merger between the DP and the NP. Don't point fingers at members on this side of the House. What is more, if you tell all your former National Party supporters to go away, you will soon no longer be the official opposition, just to deal with that matter. Chairperson, what we need to know is that we have a bit of a confusion of late. The Democratic Alliance cannot decide if it still wants to continue to be based on sound liberal values. Because what we hear in this House is everything but sound liberal values. Open opportunity society. That is what you read in their policy documents. However, here, they've adopted a social democrat attitude. In fact, by copying and pasting ANC policies and dishing them up as their own. Chairperson, the time has come for them to come out of the closet to tell us that they cannot transform South Africa through their liberal policies. They want to actually adopt social democrat policies. Let's be honest about it. Don't try to be all things for all parties, but we also understand that you have difficulty in your own ranks, let alone with your opposition parties. Coalition partners. You know, Honourable Chairperson, what we find is that we have different caucuses in the Democratic Alliance. You have the old Liberals who perform to support Ms. Helen Zille and her pro-colonial tweets. They're very concerned about the action of the leader of the opposition. The leader of the official opposition is backed by the Black Caucus in the Democratic Alliance. They want to see decisive action, but we have two other components as well. We have the old hardcore conservatives. They threaten that they will leave the Democratic Alliance if any action is taken against Honourable Zille. So the honourable leader of the official opposition is between a rock and a hard place because they also have to make sure that the EFF does not feel uncomfortable by being associated with them. You see, so he is really battling to find out what to do. And then they have challenges in the Nelson Mandela Metro. They have had conflict resolution there, but it all is not well in Paradise. Chair, in conclusion, I would like to say we have a lot to do as members of Parliament to enforce.
Honourable member, can you take your seat? What is the point of order?
Point is parliamentary budget, not Nelson Mandela. All is well there.
Honourable member, this is a debate. It's a political debate. Let's be patient with each other. Continue, honourable member.
Thank you. He gave me an opportunity to take a sip of water. That was most kind. Chairperson, I would like to say we are far from perfect. We have a lot to do as Parliament. We are compelled to keep the executive accountable. That is how our constitution has been negotiated. That is why it is hailed as one of the best constitutions in the world. We have not executed our duty in all respects. We should do that, and the honourable members of the executive must know that this Parliament is resolute, that it will, through its committees, through different structures, hold departments and executive members accountable. That is our duty. Chair, we have to do so within the National Assembly rules. We have to respect the rules. We cannot do it in any other way because we also have to develop our own culture, our own South African debating culture. It's no good to import a Westminster debating culture in this House. We must develop that across all parties. We need to strengthen this body because this is the institution that going forward will ensure that our democratic structures will in fact stand the test of time and will serve generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable members, we will now suspend business for 10 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of the debate. Business is now suspended. I thank you.
Please be seated. The next speaker is the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, House Chairperson, Madam Speaker, and other presiding officers present here, ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. We must be responsive. We appeal to you that all male members of the House sign the Interparliamentary Union endorsed United Nations Women Campaign called He for She. Both of us in the National Assembly and in the National Council of Provinces. And this is its practical commitment, which is required of us to commit to. And it reads thus: I believe equality of women is a basic human right that benefits all. I commit to taking action against gender discrimination and violence in order to build a more just world order. For staff, this commitment will be ready from tomorrow onwards. It's an important practical step we must take in solidarity with a program of creating gender equality in our society. It's our responsibility as well. We are also coordinating the implementation of the Gender Self-Assessment Toolkit of the IPU to develop a baseline information that potentially can lead to radical gender relations in Parliament and in society in general. 20 years, we come here as elected by voting public to act on their behalf on the basis of what we said we would do. Problems we encounter in the course of doing that are not our problems, but that of the people. So we must tell them the truth about what stands in the way of meeting their mandate. 20 years down the line, the life of the Constitution, our overall guiding mandate, we are faced with doing just that, telling the truth about the problems we are confronting in carrying out its provisions. The truth liberates, they say, but at first it makes you mad, absolutely angry. In its wisdom, the Speakers Forum chose to commission an independent research report to evaluate the laws we passed since 1994 to understand why we have not made the impact we sought to make, and thereby meet the people's wishes, to complement the work that committees are doing. In its wisdom, or rather, as the Speaker said in her opening remarks, we have already received progress report of this committee's report. One of those programs, they have divided their work into three. One of them is land redistribution, restitution, and security of tenure. The first working group is actually poverty, inequality, unemployment, and growth, as they say it. And the last one is social cohesion and nation building. The work is important because it will help us seek truth in facts they will bring to our attention. The second broad source of information we receive is from the work of the Auditor General, the Public Protector, Commission for Gender Equality, Human Rights Commission, Public Service Commission, Commission on Cultural, Religious, Linguistic Rights, Independent Electoral Commission, Financial and Fiscal Commission, the Pan-South African Language Board, Independent Communication Authority of South Africa. The Inspector General has not been part of these discussions, and we hope to engage him following his recent appointment. These bodies report to Parliament following their engagement with the people in general and having researched, debated, and produced these findings for them to be followed up and implemented. In a series of discussions with them collectively and individually, they expressed strong views on what they thought could improve their state of health as institutions supporting democracy. We must be responsive. They raised issues about their system of governance, how and by whom they are appointed, for what term of office, in other words, how long, how much they are allocated to carry out their functions, the responsiveness of the executive to their queries, that they wish to be linked directly to Parliament and be involved in the budgeting process about the work they do. That their reports be engaged more fully by committees of Parliament. These are general issues they are raising. There are specifics as they relate to some of them individually, which may differ. We must be responsive. Historically, the institutions that support democracy have related to the National Assembly. We have suggested they initiate discussions with the leadership of the National Council of Provinces to consider ways of collaborating so that together, in carrying out our oversight and accountability tasks, we can improve responsiveness to their findings and recommendations and the speed with which they are implemented. Valuable insights emerge from our discussions that will certainly improve our institutions and their commitment to the people's agenda, creating a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, prosperous, and hopefully egalitarian society in which the people themselves, when it's ended, will say, we have done it ourselves. To take some words from what a Zimbabwean said. The third source of information and observations comes out of civil society, business organizations, universities, religious organizations, advice offices, other political structures outside Parliament, trade unions and civic organizations, and the issues they raise and debate about our work is crucial. We have to respond to those issues. As we told them when we received memoranda as people come here to protest and so on, that this place is where those issues they are debating about and making demands is and constitute the agenda of the work that we are doing. The third source of information and observations, I already said this. The fourth important element is what we do in Parliament and outside as part of the engagement with departments and their entities. The more robust this engagement are, the better for seeking truth in facts to return to constitutional and legislative paths from which we shouldn't, under any circumstances, depart knowingly. Our integrity depends on it. Engagement with the media is also an important factor in the oversight and accountability that Parliament has to undertake to ensure transformation of society therein as well. Relationship with individual MPs and committees in the legislative sector is crucial, including for public education. We share a common desire for the public and citizenry, as is required in the NDP, to be well informed, to be able to participate effectively in decisions that affect their life, which we would like to see, and the media plays a crucial role in that response. Finally, the leadership and management of the entire parliamentary service must be exemplary of a premier oversight and governance institution in our country, supported by all of us presiding officers and members. For all of the above reasons, it is critical that a sensitive allocation to Parliament is done. The quality of work that is demanded of the Money Bills Amendment and Related Matters Act is not possible to achieve successfully with the limited resources that we have. In addition to the timelines in that piece of legislation, it is the timelines that must also be addressed so that we are in a position confidently to undertake tasks ahead of time, to produce quality response to what we must present to for budgeting, and of course government responds to what we have gotten from all of these sources that I have mentioned. Without such undertaking, the ability, as my colleagues have already articulated this problem, for committees to undertake effective oversight work, follow it through, and provide ability of Parliament to act on those is absolutely limited. That at best, our ability to respond to those issues is not what it ought to be as it was intended in the Constitution. After all, we are the executive's principal ally in ensuring that every rand of this 1.56 trillion budget does what it was intended for, without what we often call euphemistically leakage and wasteful expenditure. We must be responsive and tell the people what stands in the way of meeting their expectations. We must not waver. It is absolutely our responsibility to act as Parliament, both the National Council of Provinces, as well as the National Assembly, through our committees, in a way that produces evidence that the things that were placed before us has been responded to, is being responded to, and we are acting on it to produce the results that for which we were requested to do up here. Otherwise, we undermine the integrity of the institution. Our conduct as MPs, individually and collectively, has a major impact on the impression which people has of the kind of work we do. Whatever the substance of the work we do, if in the form and how we approach issues undermines how we appear and the example we give for conflict resolution, is absolutely problematic. We live in a country and have a responsibility to lead a country that comes from a highly conflictual past, and that appropriate methods of resolving conflict is absolutely necessary. Parliament is an institution that is placed ideally to give an example in how we do that. We hope that the consideration of the issues that we have risen in the debates that are going to follow across will have a helpful impact in stamping responsiveness as the manner in which Parliament is known, and our relationship with the institutions that support democracy that we mentioned. They have given us insights which they are going to follow, which they hope they are going to improve the ability of what they have seen, what their recommendation to be implemented, and bring about the expectation of the people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The next speaker is the Honourable Mulder.
Honourable Chairperson, the Honourable Deputy Speaker refers to the integrity of Parliament. The integrity of Parliament has been destroyed. I don't know if the Honourable Deputy Speaker is aware of that. He also refers to the fact when he says that Parliament can play a cardinal role in terms of setting an example of how to handle conflict. No, Parliament is the last place that can set that kind of example. I must honestly say that the level of debates in the Fifth Parliament has been the lowest that I've seen since 1994. There are no debates. There are no real debates. There are insults being hurled across the floor. People don't take any debates whatsoever so seriously. Honourable Speaker, you referred to the separation of powers. And you made the point that the judiciary should not overreach, and the court should not overreach in terms of their role that they should play. But it's the task of the courts to uphold the Constitution. And if Parliament, as the legislative branch, and the executive do what they are supposed to do to also respect and uphold the Constitution, it will never be necessary for the courts to intervene in any way whatsoever. But that's not the case. That's not what's happening. The Honourable Killian also referred to that when she referred to Section 1 of the Constitution dealing with the founding provisions. And those founding provisions put up certain values, and one of the basic, most important values are the question of accountability. Now, the problem is that Section 55 of the Constitution deals with the powers of the National Assembly. And it says in 55(1) that in exercising our legislative power, the National Assembly may do certain things, may. But then in 2 it says that we must, not may, we must do certain other things. We must provide for mechanisms to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it. And that's exactly where this Parliament failed. We failed miserably. We did not set the example, and we all know what we are talking about. We are talking about the events, what happened with the whole Nkandla saga. And it's no use to try to shy away from that. We've been trying to tell the majority in this House what should have been done. It's no use to say that we should keep the executive to account. Parliament and the majority in Parliament failed in that respect miserably. Parliament has some serious thinking to do in the wake of the Constitutional Court judgment in the Nkandla affair. For 2 years, the ANC in this House has been accused of protecting the Nkandla and the President in that situation. I served in all 3 of those committees, and that is exactly what happened. The Public Protector was sharply criticized by ANC MPs for overreach in committee proceedings. And then late in 2015, the National Assembly adopted a resolution absolving President Zuma from repayment in line with the former Minister of Police's report that instituted at the behest of President Zuma, which had been used to frame the terms of reference of the third and final report. And then the Constitutional Court said, while the National Assembly has the discretion to determine its own mechanisms as to hold the executive account, it said, Parliament flouted these constitutional obligations. And I quote what the court said in its judgment. It said, there was everything wrong with the National Assembly stepping into the shoes of the Public Protector by passing a resolution that purported effectively to nullify the findings of the Public Protector and the remedial action set out by the Public Protector, replacing them with its own findings and remedial action, the court basically said. That's where Parliament went completely wrong. And now we can come around and say we need to do accountability and oversight. We set the wrong example. A last point. I hear colleagues from all sides say we need to find more resources. You don't realize it. Die geld is op. Daar is nie nog geld nie. U gaan binnekort uitvind dat daar is nie eenvoudig meer fondse wat uitgegee kan word op alles wat nodig is nie. Hoekom nie? Die tesourie sal dit vir u verduidelik. Omdat die ekonomie nie groei nie, kom daar nie meer belasting in nie. Die geld is op. The chickens has come round to
Honourable
roost.
Member, your time is expired. Next speaker is Honourable Carter.
Thank you, Chairperson. The doctrine of the separation of powers in a democracy is premised on the need to ensure that the powers of a state are divided, as Madison put it, in order to prevent tyranny, the accumulation of power in the same hands, whether of one, a few, or many. As the extent of the treasonous actions of a gang of thieves, a mafia, with Mr. Zuma and the Guptas at its apex, becomes brighter than the day is light, it confirms that under the majoritarian tyranny of the ANC, Parliament has failed in its cardinal duty of ensuring that power is not abused, by not exercising oversight and holding the executive accountable. So virulent, heinous, and treasonous is our strain of state capture, committed so brazenly and with such impunity, that it is evident that the first and foremost, it is the ANC itself that has been captured. Your NEC confirmed that. Joel Netshitenze describes the situation by using the tongue-eating isopod as an example. The parasite severs the veins of a fish's tongue until the tongue falls off. It then attaches itself to the stub operating as if it was the fish's tongue, and it survives by feeding on the fish's blood or mucus. Unlike other parasites, the isopod does not kill its host, and similarly, it would not be in the fish's interest for the isopod to leave or to die, as the fish no longer has its natural tongue. This is organ and organism capture. It is corruption that is the glue that binds you together. Corruption permeates every organ of state, from the most rural municipality to the presidency. Every organ of state in the clutches of the ANC is a site for ANC-sanctioned theft and looting. By not exercising oversight and holding the executive accountable, by defending dishonorable, dishonest, delinquent, immoral, illicit, felonious, lawless, unjust, unlawful, unethical, criminal, wicked, and treasonous acts, You have broken this fifth parliament of democratic South Africa. Under the tyranny, parliament has lost its integrity, its credibility, and moral legitimacy. As a consequence, South Africa now lives under tyranny in a mafia state. You have betrayed Parliament. You have betrayed our constitutional order. You have betrayed the people of South Africa. You have betrayed our country. Treason has been committed. The traitor-in-chief must fall and the ANC must fall. South Africa needs a new political, ethical, and moral center other than the ANC. And South Africa must save itself. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Boyne.
Malbong, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and members of Parliament. Sometimes what we say should be really amazing, but I have decided that I'll use a quote that was used by Oliver Tambo, definitely because I've done a lot of good service with him. I respect him who he is. I respect his contribution. And that is the contribution I will take to the rest, to my grave. What he said, we should extricate themselves from the shifting sense of illusion, and that we shouldn't be fooled by the notion that success should be the natural reward for hard work, initiative, and moral uprightness. On the contrary, he further said, democracy has taken root in our country and in our region. And with it have come peace and political stability. But all this will be little more than the shifting sense of illusion. If we do not take decisive measures to strengthen the moral fiber of our nation, this thing will collapse. And that's what Oliver Tambo has repeatedly said, and said it out of what Mandela has said. The illusion is, after all that we have been able to put together for the past 23 years, and those that have made their contribution even before and put up their sacrifices and put up their lives, that we do feel that even if we understood the political system, we should continuously emphasizing that the African National Congress, in its own making, and after even what the Chief Whip has been able to explain, that it must be the one that must take solely full responsibility for all the problems that are happening in South Africa. The lessons that has to be learned, and the lesson that we have learned under the leadership of Honorable Mtakane when we're dealing with the rules, is that what is the contribution of South Africans and how do we find each other to be able to build the better rules? Under your leadership, Speaker, the last time you spoke in the last debate, you say it is important that Parliament must become the center of debate. And that's the contribution we should all be able to make it possible, that all South Africans must be able to look up to Parliament and make it possible that the views and the issues that we share inside this House are able to influence society and gives direction to society. And that's where the weakness is. Because we would have been expecting, as you come from the oppositions, that as you do what Honorable Muller was doing, reflecting on what are the challenges of the Constitution, reflecting on the weaknesses of how the system operates. For me, that is a positive step. And that's what is needed, that how do you put a collective effort together? Because as more and more we don't do anything. I'll just give you an example. We seated with ESCOM today, we're going through the processes with ESCOM. Back in Springs, where ESCOM is operating, a woman is killed. For 10 days, nobody knows that the women have died in the office. What type of society are we? How can we talk to each other? Nobody knows that there's a body lying in the offices of ESCOM for 10 days. No family member is informed, no policeman is doing a good thing, and this woman is dead today. And what type of society are we talking about if ever such incidents are going to happen under our own nose? And all of us don't talk to these issues. We seem to think that society that we're all governing is just about the African National Congress. The responsibility and the consciousness must be amongst ourselves first and foremost. That as you sit as a member of parliament, as you take a particular responsibility, as you take oath, what do you do beyond that? Do you walk away when a woman is raped? What do you think? What does your consciousness say? Because if it's your own daughter, what will happen there tomorrow? These are the questions that we must always pose, and this is what the Speaker has been trying to bring into this particular debate, that the sensitivities that we've, and how society is looking up to us, we should be able to feel a little bit responsive. Part of what we tried to do in the rules was that particular one, that where does the authority lies? Because it's very much important as we work with each other, we should also be at the end of the day to say, where does that authority lies? The type of structures that we we create, the Chief Whip Forum, the POA, quite aware of that. We said the authority must always rest with the office of the Speaker, so that the office of the Speaker can be able to take full responsibility for the activities of Parliament, so that the type of direction that we take from here as different opposition leaders and different politicians, we feel that there is a responsibility, there is somebody that we all should be feeling that that responsibility of guiding the House lies with a particular person. And from where we sit in Scopa, we must say the tremendous work that we've been able to do and the way we are interrogating there, never at one moment, Madam Speaker, have you stretched your hand and said, we are not doing our job. We must be thankful for you. That type of leadership is what is needed. Because if ever we're not able to, together as a collective, go to the root of the problem of how corruption is beginning to engulf our society, we should be very careful and we should be very sensitive. We want to say from where we sit as Scopa, your support, we do feel it. Because not even in one moment, if we raise a finger and say to us, don't touch this department, talk to this department differently. You have never guided us in that way. All the time that you have engaged us, we have sounded and you have sounded with us the type of things that needs to be done to improve the work that we are doing. The little resources that we have, we are very thankful, Madam Speaker, because it's not that we should always be there, but the type of support that you have given us has been able to give us, over this period that we have been trying to get to the root of the problem, that what goes in when the Auditor General says to you, 48 billion has been an irregular expenditure. That moral judgment that you are providing is very much for the, quite thankful for the institution. It helps us to be able to have the courage of being able to pick up where we think there are particular weaknesses. And we do think that in the way of being able to put together those rules, and that type of an expectation and that type of leadership is what you've been able to provide for us. I do hope, where I'm seated, that the differently members of Parliament would appreciate those type of efforts and would be able to make 1 or 2 minutes to come and share the views and the experiences with you in the different offices. We must say where we sit as Scopa, my chairperson will be able to say that we appreciate your support. And we can't doubt it, that if we work in this particular way and we carry along with the spirit that we are South Africans, we've got a particular responsibility, we'll be able to improve what society is confronted with. And that, Madam Speaker, goes a very long way when we say corruption is the enemy of development and of good governance. It must be got rid of. Both the government and the people at large must come together to achieve this national objective. This is what Patil was saying. And this is where we're learning, and this is where we're pulling up our strength, Madam Speaker. Because as the leader here, as a presiding officer, if we didn't listen to you, wouldn't have been able to move forward. Madam Speaker, one of the things that I always know that is always a challenge. You see, there are issues of core governance. There are issues where, as the ruling party, you make decisions. And when we did the sequence of proceedings, we're not illusionary. It's because we understood what the system says, that the ruling party must govern. And on that, I know that you always try to mitigate and negate and make sure that you allow parties to be able to have opportunities. To me, that is good leadership. Because if ever you have not been able to stick to the sequence, or you have stick to the sequence in the manner that we have been able to put it together, the lessons that would have been here today would have been able to see an opposition party that wouldn't have had extra minutes. We wouldn't have been able to see an opposition party that is being seen to be given an opportunity. There's no choice. We have won in the elections, and that's where we're standing. So I'm just saying that that sequence, Madam Speaker, is what is very much important. And that's what we're saying, that let's continue with the spirit that you have promoted. The spirit that you have promoted of finding the spirit of consensus has always been a very good spirit, Madam Speaker. It's the traditions of the African National Congress. We are not afraid of that. We've been able to make sure that whenever there is some challenges, we are able to make sure that there is consensus. And continue with that type of spirit, Madam Speaker. Sometimes you give respect to the rules, but sometimes you go out of the rules to be able to reach out to the different parties and reach out to different leaders and being able to find some consensus on how the running of the House is being run. But I'm saying, and we are saying, that there are rules, and that authority were never mistaken when we're giving it to you, because that's what the Constitution is saying. And we would want to encourage you that you should continue doing it with that particular spirit. It's the spirit of the African National Congress. It's the spirit that we had during the negotiations, and we are saying, keep to that spirit, but also give some respect to the rules themselves in the manner we have crafted them out. And we still want to say, Madam Speaker, as we have been trying to make it possible for every member of Parliament to feel that there is a particular role. The fact that in how the issues of order is being handled, that's why you never said to us, restrict this issue of point of order. That was good leadership, because if ever we had restricted it to and tried to write out in detail how do we deal with that particular matter, it would have stifled the levels of discussions and debate within the House. But because you had an open mind and you allowed us to be able to say, within the rules, let's keep this quite open so that it can be able to allow members of Parliament to continue exercising and continue reflecting. Because from where you are seated, you said it will always be nice, and that is your desire, to make sure that parliamentarians find enough time to be able to share their views and find enough time so that the issues of freedom of speech can be relevant, because inside the rules and the way you've asked us to be able to take up the rules, you have given us that particular guidance. And we must say, Madam Speaker, even at the length on the issues of questions and the length of how you have allowed the executive to come and account to the House, and that the nature of saying that you give them 3 to 4 hours, 6 questions for them to be able to answer. Those developments, Madam Speaker, speaks to a lot of the desire of the House and the desire of those that have worked hard on the rules to be able to say, this is how we should be able to conduct ourselves. So that accountability is not accountability outside the rules. Because you can't run society in an anarchy where people think that you just stand up and do as you like. But you must be able to make sure that the rules remain the guide for being able to resolve and being able to give respect to each other in the House itself. So that when you go to 53A and how you use the security here, I've been very clear that there's no intention on our side to use that security to suppress the vote or the say or the debates within the House. We, as different members of Parliament, have always been saying that there is a challenge. While you listen and recognize those that want to be heard louder than others, but we must also give us, those that are silent on the other side, who can't stand up regularly and say point of order, an opportunity to be able to exercise our right. We're equally voted into the House, we're equally voted in by the voters, and the numbers that we have here are not numbers that are being donated inside the institutions. We've worked very hard for what we are, and we'll continuously be able to test ourselves in 2019, that our mandate that we've been given by our people will never be able to stop. We are clear where we come from, we are clear what we have been able to tell, we are clear what we have been able to do for our people, and we are going to be able to express that in 2019. Core governance is not going to be used, power is not going to be usurped when we arrive in the institution through mechanisms. That's why we put up the rules And those rules is supposed to facilitate those relationships. And if ever you don't want to adhere to what the rules are saying, that's why we have to introduce the arrangement of the security. And where I'm seated and where I'm engaging, it's not been an illusory path, it's been a correct path of allowing us to have and to find the voice of those that are quiet. Because if ever Parliament is going to run in the manner they're running it, shouting down people, insulting people, then you must know there's something wrong with the institution. Then you must know that we don't have an opposition that want to rise to the particular moment and being able to provide leadership to society. We're very clear about that. We all expect each other. We all expect each other. We all expect each other to share the views. We all have a political responsibility. As members of the African National Congress, we are not wavering on our responsibility. And as members of the African National Congress, we are not going to be shifted by illusion that because the opposition is persuading us to take a different route, we wouldn't listen to them. They would consistently will use our vote because we fought for that vote. Nobody donated this power to us. And nobody is going to say to us, behave in this particular way. We are very firm and we are very clear, Madam Speaker, that after we have gone into the elections and after people have been able to be defeated, we are not going to be able to shift from that responsibility. And we are saying as members of the African National Congress, we are alive to our own decisions. We are saying as the members of the African National Congress, we are committed to what we have been promising our people. It's correct that the economy might not be performing correctly in the manner being expected, but we do know that we have got the necessary leadership that will be able to manage and be able to meet the needs of our people. Our people must never give up on the African National Congress. We will definitely be back again after 2019, continuously being able to promote what we are saying. We've got no fear, we've got the determination, because when we went into this revolution, we never begged anybody. We never asked anybody what to do. We went in as volunteers, and where society is today is because of our commitment and our hard working. Fear no one. Be determined member of the African National Congress. We'll continue to sustain the power that we're in. With all the shouts that they are making, we'll continue with our own struggle. Thank you, Chairperson.
The next speaker is the Honorable Dudley.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Madam Speaker, the ACDP acknowledges Parliament's commitment to complying with government's fiscal objective of reducing the deficit and stabilising debt. We recognise, however, that this is going to place a tremendous strain on this institution, which must deliver on its priorities. Now, since the introduction in 2012, the expenditure ceiling in each financial year has never been breached, and that's no small achievement, but members of Parliament and staff have felt the constraints and frustration of this discipline. Possibly the most concerning aspect of the stringent measures is the impact it is having on staff and the resulting dissatisfaction, leading to both disruptive union action and the loss of valued and experienced members of staff. This sort of climate also leaves people vulnerable to being used in the agendas of those who would like to see Parliament fail. Budget limits on compensation of employees introduced in 2016 have been carried over to 2017. The departments will be compelled to manage personnel numbers and employee earnings in line with these budget allocations, and this is proving disastrous, as the work of Parliament depends to a large degree on a dedicated, hard-working core of staff members. To make just one example, we have 5 lawyers and 2 seniors in our state law department. Apart from unprecedented numbers of indictments to handle, their presence is critically important in committees, especially when legislation is dealt with. If our committees are feeling the strain, sharing 5 law advisors and 2 seniors, and they are, I can only imagine what those state law advisors are actually experiencing. These are men and women of excellence who do an incredible job, and we must not allow intensified efforts to improve efficiency and expenditure to so negatively impact on them or the committees and the members they serve. There's also the added pressure of reduced overseas funding of important parliamentary programs, the EU funding, for example, and the trends as they are, we cannot expect any significant change for the better in this direction. So the ACDP is of the strong opinion that Treasury must urgently reassess the budget with these and other important issues in mind, and amendments must be made or Parliament will count the cost in so many other ways. Lastly, while the ACDP appreciates our vibrant democracy and the freedom political parties have to engage, challenge, and vie for power, and we recognize the importance of a strong and relevant opposition, we caution members of Parliament not to let these freedoms translate into destabilizing our Parliament or our democracy. We must not allow our freedom to impact negatively on already constrained budgets and must ensure that the people of South Africa are not deprived of services needed to ensure present and future generations have every opportunity for personal and collective growth and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable House Chairperson, Dediza.
Muchamastulu, Vahlonipheki, Vasirunzu, Niva Mahlari. We are someone's daughter, we are somebody's sister, and we are someone's child. These are the words of Tapiwa, a gender activist, a member of the LGBT community in South Africa, during an interview on death of her friend. The interview happened on the same day of the memorial service of Karabo Mokoena, and in the midst of many women and girls who have been maimed during the month of April and May in South Africa. In remembering our beloved sisters and children of our country, we dare not forget women and girls in sister countries in our continent of Africa, in particular the Chibok girls of Nigeria, and many other women and girls living in areas of conflict. Even though we continue to experience these ongoing challenges, we have made tremendous gains. We have legislation and programs to protect women, girls, and children. We continue to struggle for an equal society envisioned by our forebears as reflected in the preamble of the 1954 Women's Charter of the Federation of South African Women, in which they said, I quote, "We, the women of South Africa, wives and mothers, working women and housewives, Africans, Indians, Europeans, and colored, hereby declare our aims of striving for the removal of all legislation, regulation, conventions, and customs that discriminate against us as women, and that deprive us in any way our inherent right to the advantages, responsibilities, and opportunities that society offers to any one section of the population," close quote. To you, our sisters, mothers, fathers, and brothers seated in the gallery and at home, we share your loss. May you take solace from the words of Dr. Reverend Scala that says, "Tough times never last, but tough people do." Madam Speaker, honorable members, while we may not bring our beloved ones back, we can create a future that will make their generations to be proud of being South Africans. Almost 3 years ago, we adopted a roadmap towards the future in the adoption of the National Development Plan. Yes, it may not be perfect, but it represents the aspirations that almost all of us as South Africans wish to realize. This envisioned future is enunciated in the following words, I quote, "Now in 2030, we live in a country which we have remade. We have created a home where everybody feels free, yet bounded to others, where everyone embraces their full potential. We are proud to be a community that cares. We have felt our way towards a new sense of ourselves, trying, succeeding, and making mistakes, eager to live together, yet finding it difficult to recognize our shared burdens, learning to recognize and acknowledge shared successes. Our new story is open-ended, with temporary destinations only for new paths to open up once more. It is a story of unfolding, learning. Even when we flounder, we remain hopeful. In this story, We always arrive and depart. We have come some way, close quote. Madam Speaker, honorable members, this vision gives us a milestone towards the full realization of the Freedom Charter. It holds a promise for the future. As we reflect and celebrate our Constitution, may I remind honorable members seated here of the distinct contribution that the women of South Africa made through ensuring that the Equality Clause is included in our Constitution. May I also remind ourselves of the Women's Charter for Effective Equality, a product of the Women's National Coalition, whose brainchild was the African National Congress Women's League. In honor of our pioneers and many women in our country who participated in making this history, I wish to examine this budget on how far we've gone as the legislature to give expression to what women wanted in the new South Africa, albeit in a limited way because of time, Madam Speaker. South Africa is a democracy in which the people elect leaders and public representatives to represent their interests in parliament. These representatives ought to reflect the demographics of our country in terms of gender, race, age, and people with disabilities. We appreciate that a number of political parties managed to ensure women's representation in their party list for parliament in 2014, which ensured that we have 164 women members in the National Assembly. It is, however, a matter of concern, Madam Speaker and members, that when parties replenish their list every year, the gender lens gets blurred. Today, we have only 166 members. While we may applaud the increase by 2, a number of parties did not consider the zebra mechanism as a tool for ensuring gender equity in order to improve representation of women in this legislature. I don't want to name and shame, which I can actually do because I've got figures, which party has done what. That's for the next time. As members of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians, whose mission is increasing women's representation in parliaments and legislatures, we wish to encourage all political parties without exception in this House and those who will be the wannabes in coming to Parliament in 29 to ensure that we strive towards gender parity 50-50. So in your campaign, I will take a role of being a Commonwealth Women Parliamentarian Chairperson in the Africa region and meet with all your Secretary Generals to understand what will you be doing to increase the numbers of women in your party lists. Honorable members, the Constitution also enjoins the Assembly to facilitate public involvement in all its affairs and conduct its business in an open and transparent manner. In accordance with the Constitution, the Assembly and its committees are open to the public and Parliament. Proceedings of Parliament are broadcast on television, radio, and all other media frequently. Thank you, Speaker, and the management for making sure that that happens, even on YouTube. That's why we can filibuster here, filibuster for a while, because we know they see us at home. Another avenue for public to raise issues in the Assembly is through petitions. In the last financial year, we've received 40 petitions which are now being processed by committees. In their majority, they deal with service delivery issues. A majority of those issues affect women. Madam Speaker, honorable members, effective and seamless support to members for effective functioning is required. And I want to say here, I thank the management for having started this journey, working with me to ensure that we present to the then QCF, which is now the Members Facilities Committee, that proposal so that indeed we can develop that seamless support to members. But I must say, honorable members, with the limited budget, we do need to pay some attention on the accommodation for meetings of Parliament. Madam Speaker, we actually at times have to spend resources in hiring hotel, conference facilities because we don't have enough space in this Parliament. Similarly, we need to ensure that we improve our seats in this National Assembly, honorable members. If we don't do so, all of us will end up with back pains and some joint issues, you know, which will also put a strain in PAMED. I want to come to the issue of cost of health. Honorable members, PAMED for the past 2 years, last year and this year, have increased their tariffs, which has affected a lot of members. And this has happened when the remuneration of public office bearers is actually under review. Last year, the members didn't receive anything. And I hope this time I will be the best shop steward and ensure that you get something. Honorable members, I just want to deal with the Women's Charter clause on law and the administration of justice. Honorable Speaker and members, you nominated some of us to serve in the JSE order. Wow, you're all listening. We have actually done our work as a multi-party team of parliament. I'm proud to report to this House that in the past year, we've recommended for appointment to the courts following numbers of women: 1 woman president of the Supreme Court of Appeal, 1 woman judge in the Constitutional Court, 1 woman judge in the Competition Court, 3 women judges in the Gauteng Division of High Court, 1 woman in the Limpopo, and 1 woman in the Northwest Division. It may not be enough, but it is a start. On education and training, Madam Speaker, Article 4 of the Charter for Effective Equality states that every woman shall have the right to education and training at any stage of her life in order to realize her full potential. We have been able to capacitate at least 3 committees, Honorable Speaker. The Human Settlement Committee, working with the Nelson Mandela Metro University; Telecommunications and Broadcasting Policy, working with the University of Witwatersrand; Economic Development Committee, working with the University of Pretoria. Congratulations to all of you who have taken your work seriously. As a principal, I'm very happy. In the coming budget, we will be working with the Committee of Rural Development and Land, as well as with Sports and Recreation Commission. Madam Speaker, honorable members, as I conclude, I wish to appreciate the importance of parliamentary democracy that we are engaged in through our membership of the IPU, CPA, PAP, and SADF PF. It enables us to make our contribution in shaping the attainment of a better Africa and a better world. This area of our work builds from the work that was done amongst many by Oliver Reginald Tambo. His epitaph reads in his own words: "It is our responsibility to break down barriers of division and create a country where there will be neither whites nor blacks, just South Africans, free and united in diversity." We owe it to Tambo and his generation that at least by 2030, we must have broken most of those barriers and divisions we still have. As the NDP envisions, as I closed, in 2030, a moment where we can say to another, "I cannot be without you." Without you, the South African community is an incomplete community. Without one single person,
Honorable House
one single
Chairperson,
group, without the
your
region
time has now expired.
of the continent, we are not the best that we can be. I thank you. I wish to thank Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, as well as my colleagues, the chairperson, but most of all, I really want to thank you. You can be very disciplined if you want to, but naughty at times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The next speaker is the Honorable Chaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I'm happy that the principal of the parliamentary school and also the shop steward is going to do something for us to get something as members of parliament. That's good news. Honorable Chairperson, we as AIC also wish to join the call that we stand up and fight against the scourge of violence against women and children in our country. And also call that we stand up and come together as Africans and do things in an African way. Honorable Chairperson, the functions of Parliament are very important. We always equate Parliament with the level of other national government departments. You are aware of the limited resources that are allocated to this Parliament, considering the work that it has got to perform. Besides making laws, the Parliament has got to hold the executive accountable. That is very important. Unfortunately, after having conducted the oversights, the reports are not properly considered. As I've alluded before, the Parliament should carry its mandate just like the national government departments. Therefore, it cannot be correct, Honorable House Chair, that the parliamentary staff employees are paid less than they are supposed to be paid, as according to other employees in these other departments, because this Parliament is always equated with the national department. So it's important now that all what is happening now in these other departments will also happen in Parliament. They should get these bonuses, increments, and whatever is supposed now to be received should also happen here. Remember, Parliament now is the beginning of democracy. Then we show how democratic we are. Of course, giving a living age to an employee is also part of service delivery. So something has been delivered if you give a living wage to employees. The Parliament should also look into how more the issue of constituency allowances can be strengthened and make follow-ups into this, so that now these are also checked and how the
Honourable
communities
Member, your
are
time has
responding
expired.
to this.
Aham,
Okay. As AIC now, we do support this budget. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, before I start with my speech, Honorable Speaker, can you allow me to teach Honorable Killian about history a little bit? Honorable Speaker, you see, Honorable Nyami Boy, was once given an accommodation by Mrs. Helen Zille during apartheid times. And then he was running from the police during that time. He was looking for a shelter. She gave him an accommodation. Honorable Killian, in your ranks, you used to have an intelligent operative by the name of Martinus van Skalkwyk, Kortbroek. So you have got no shape. You can't call yourself a liberation movement anymore. Honorable Speaker, this Parliament is held hostage by the President and the Guptas. Parliament has become subservient and abused by the executive. Parliament has become a rubber stamp, a doormat of the President. Our democracy has now become the perpetuation of a culture within which Parliament continues to be a subject to the whims of the executive. Honorable Speaker, you must try to escape from the shadow of the President. Through you, he's destroying our democratic legislative development and responsibilities. Honorable Speaker, you know that the President is the sales or rep of the Guptas.
this parliament can redeem itself by firing President Zuma and stop this daylight robbery. Honorable Speaker, how can we reverse this how can we reverse this defeat of parliamentary independence by the Zuma administration? How can we stop this encroaching spirit of power by the executive to this parliament? Honorable Speaker, it will be very difficult for generations to come to associate this parliament with any good work as long as we allow the president to come here and address us without being accountable. He is the one who has dissipated the integrity of this parliament. All the good work, more especially from the side of the opposition, we are trying to do in this parliament has
Honourable
been
member,
destroyed by the yes men and the
I'm
yes women
afraid your
of the
time has
president.
expired.
Thank you.
Honourable Godi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, comrades and honorable members. Freedom must have material meaning to the people. More than 2 decades after 1994, the material conditions of the majority remains bad. Government seeks to address this through policies and its implementation. Parliament has, as a constitutional and political imperative, a responsibility to oversee executive action. Parliament's oversight work can and must be enhanced if we are to ensure that the people we represent see their lives improved. Parliament must be the center and lead institution in the fight for good governance. Parliament must be intolerant of the waste of public funds, fight relentlessly against irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Parliament must hold accountable officials who are responsible for financial misconduct. And I think in this regard, Comrade Boy's input on Scopa was quite representative. And just to add that besides having the police, the National Prosecuting Authority has also committed to providing Scopa with a senior officer who will assist us in our work. Ministers must equally take responsibility for the affairs in their departments. Ministers must not complicate issues, and the message must be sent to the leader of government business to send a clear message to his colleagues that ministers must stay away from procurement issues. They must stay away from tenders. Lastly, I agree with the House Chair, Comrade Frolick, that we must give a greater prominence to the Auditor General's General Report. It can't be that we celebrate the mere allocation of money to departments, but are indifferent to a report on how this money has been used. Finally, those of us without friends with deep pockets will continue to suffer if public funding is not enhanced. We fully support the need to relook at the way political parties are funded. The APC supports the budget vote. Thank you.
Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, a few weeks ago, as the Speaker was beating her hasty retreat from the newly constituted Financial Management of Parliament Committee, she had a rather emotional outburst, and she asked me a very interesting question. She said, and I quote, "Don't you ever get tired of fighting?" unquote. Given the events of her own party's NEC over the weekend, perhaps the Speaker should rather be directing that question to her own colleagues in her own party. Nevertheless, what the weekend events of the NEC and the release of the emails that followed clearly confirm is the fact that President Jacob Zuma's cabinet is captured by an extensive network of parasitic vampires who are sucking the very lifeblood out of the state and the state-owned entities. They have set up a parallel government that operates through mutually nefarious means, that evades all forms of accountability through its network of tentacles that extend all the way from the Union Building right through the organs of state like the NPA and reach deep down into a local government level. Two things have emerged clearly from this weekend's events. One, South Africa doesn't have a Jacob Zuma problem. South Africa has an ANC problem. The rot in the ANC goes deep and it goes wide. Two, ANC members who keep holding out for the so-called self-correction are going to grow old waiting. It is something they will never see. The ANC is incapable of self-correction. It will be up for the voters to force the spring of corrective action in South Africa through the ballot box in 2019. And that is why Parliament cannot continue to turn a half glance to the crisis that our nation faces of this dreadful eruption of state capture. And that is exactly why the Leader of the Opposition has proposed that this House establishes an ad hoc committee to probe the extent of state capture. Simply chipping away in individual committees may expose some of the branches, but it will not deal with the rotten root. That will require a broad and overreaching inquiry that we're able to get the full picture of extent of the problem. Parliament must do the job that the framers of the Constitution intended. And what is that, seeing we're celebrating the 20th anniversary? The Constitution is explicit about what Parliament should be doing. It must choose a president. It must provide a national forum for public consideration of issues, and it must pass legislation, and fourthly, scrutinize and oversee action. Now, you can have all the fancy charts and KPIs that you want. If we're failing on those four key areas, then this Parliament is not performing its job. So how are we doing? Choosing a president. Well, I think the less said about this, the better. The truth is that we have a president who has been found by the Constitutional Court to have failed to uphold his oath of office, violating the very Constitution he's supposed to be upholding. It's not surprising that today the latest Ipsos poll shows that 62% of your own voters disapprove of Mr. Zuma. If you want to ride that horse into the finish line, be it on you, but let me tell you, the South Africans, and particularly those 9 million unemployed South Africans, are not going to think very highly of you or this Parliament's performance on that score. Providing a national forum for the public consideration of issues. Again, hardly a stellar performance here. The freedom of speech in this House, bequeathed to us by the Constitution, that should be a right protected and defended to the death by presiding officers in this House, is being eroded, undermined every day. Simple terms that should be the lifeblood of any Parliament are being ruled unparliamentary. Just last week, members of this House were prevented from calling a minister, quote, an invisible minister. A Parliament where members as people's representatives cannot raise matters in a forthright and robust manner is no good for democracy and not worthy of the name of a Parliament. Passing legislation. Well, this should be one of the most important functions performed by us. Instead, we have shoddy, job-wrecking legislation pushed through this House. Despite the obvious failings and legal problems, the ANC members stubbornly can't bring themselves to correct the errors and omissions here in the House. They stubbornly march on the incorrect paths, passing legislation. That's if they actually ever pitch up to work to pass their own legislation. And then they are repeatedly beaten in court. The Speaker has said a lot today about trying to capacitate MPs to do their jobs. It would be nice if we could just start by making sure we have enough researchers, legal advisors, and content advisors at a committee level so we can properly scrutinize this legislation. Scrutinizing and overseeing executive action, another miserable failure. Anybody who thinks that we, as the Fifth Parliament, have met the expectations in this regard must be living on another planet. The Nkandla report should have been the massive wake-up call that this Parliament needed to overhaul and reconsider how we hold the executive accountable. There was a single tick-box meeting with the Speaker after this devastating indictment on this Parliament's failure, and zero action arising from it. The protection of the shielding of the executive has continued unabated. And nowhere is this more evident than in the oral question sessions where the executive members are consistently shielded by the presiding officers, making their job to hold the executive accountable very, very difficult. It's for this reason that the SABC was brought to its knees. It's for this reason that the SASSA debacle was allowed to drag on for a year, with Minister Batabile Dlamini misleading the House at every single turn that her department was ready to take over the grants. We now know that wasn't true. If MPs from the opposition and from the ANC were allowed to do the job that this Parliament intended, that would never have happened. And when the anatomy of both those crises are written up for history, this Parliament is going to be found wanting. Then the role of the Speaker. Madam Speaker, I see there's very poor attendance from your benches this afternoon. Obviously, the matinee performance was so bad that no one wants to come back for the evening show. But given the myriad of institutional failings, the Speaker's dismal record of court losses, the daily own goals and organisational foul-ups, one could be forgiven for thinking there was not enough institutional support for the office. Quite the opposite. The Speaker has over 42 employees, costing over 37 million rand. I was particularly interested, given the light of what the Deputy Speaker said, that there is an entire office devoted to the Office of Institutions Supporting Democracy, including a director who rakes in over 1.5 million per annum, 9 employees. And yet when I made a simple inquiry about outstanding reports from these Chapter 9 institutions, the Speaker's office wrote back and said there were none. Surprise, surprise, a week later there's 4 ATC. Unbelievable. It took a member of the opposition to find out that there were reports outstanding from those commissions, and not a single person in that office could pick it up. What a disgrace. I then would like to turn to the Speaker.
Point of order.
Yes, please take your seat, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, Honourable Steenhuisen knows that in accordance to rule number 85, if there's anything untoward that he actually wants to report to this House about the office of the Speaker, it needs to be done in a substantive motion. He must stop misleading the public.
No, proceed, Honourable Member.
You know that O.R. Tambo, if he was alive today, would be poring over the libraries, studying the laws. All she can pore over is stuff us at Barney's around the corner. And I would like to turn to the Secretary.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Do not allow people who have been asleep to speak.
Like you, Honourable Member. Go ahead, Honourable Member.
I'm not sure it's asleep. Parliament, and I would like to turn to the issue of the Secretary to Parliament. Parliament is much more than just bricks and mortar. It is a living institution made up of people. It cannot function without them. And today I want to pay special tribute to the hard-working men and women who make up our staff. I want to say thank you to those that really care about this institution and are greatly invested in its success. Your work under very difficult circumstances is greatly appreciated. And that's why I'm filled with absolute sadness when I see the way that many of you are disrespected, targeted, treated like criminals, sidelined and marginalized, threatened or intimidated by the Secretary to Parliament. Since Mr. Mgidlana's arrival in Parliament, there's been a rapid decline in industrial relations. And for many, this is not a happy place to work. On top of this, the staff have now received notice that there will be no pay increases this year because there's not enough money. It never ceases to amaze me that when it comes to luxuries, there's never a problem finding money. Take, for example, the international travel of the Secretary to Parliament. Given the amount of international travel he does, I sometimes wonder if he thinks that he's not the Secretary to the United Nations rather than the Secretary to the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. In March last year, he spent 7 nights in a hotel in Lusaka, 21,000 Rand a night. This on top of a rented limousine that cost 800 Rand an hour, coming in at 37,000 Rand for his stay. We've asked the FMPLA committee for a full breakdown. This is, of course, on top of the blue light brigades, the European and international travel. It seems when it comes to the Secretary of Parliament, there's no destination too far or conference too obscure that he isn't ready to pack his bags for. He adds insult to injury by awarding himself a bursary when he earns a multi-million rand salary. I would also be remiss if I were not to express concern at the spate of new appointments made at a senior management level. It's very clear that a determined and unashamed cadre deployment strategy is at play. How else would someone like the deeply partisan former ANC spokesperson, Moloto Matapo, simply drift through the swing doors of a multi-party, non-partisan institution like Parliament. The employment procedures were rigged and subverted to make sure that this ANC's dark arts practitioner could get to work. And he's wasted no time proving his critics right when turning the parliamentary media operation into an extension of the ANC tax machine. It's clear that the Secretary wants to deal with the deficit by making the staff pay for it through denying them bonuses which they've worked hard for and by retrenching those staff members who do not bend to his whims. I have a message for those staff members. Stand firm. The time is fast approaching when this Parliament will be under new management, and we can turn it into a world-class Parliament by truly working together for the betterment of this institution. I just would like to turn quickly to the Honourable Killian, if I may, because the problem with her is that she's belonged to so many parties, she doesn't have a tradition, so she's got to speak about other people's tradition. She goes on about Westminster. Well, she's always the one going about rules and procedures. The whole Erskine May, which underpins this very Parliament's procedures, which you've pushed down our throats continuously, are based on a Westminster tradition. So I don't understand where the schizophrenia has set in. But I do like looking at her Facebook page because she's got some great quotes there. She exhorts the nation to stand up and reject...
Order.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Is it parliamentary, Honourable Deputy Speaker, for Honourable Steenhuisen to label Honourable Killian as schizophrenia or mention something like she has schizophrenic tendencies? He is so desperate to convince the public out there he can say anything.
Thanks. We'll come back to that. Proceed, Honourable Member.
Pathetic, really pathetic. But she says that we must get rid of the corrupt and incompetent Zuma, and that we must tell our compatriots that there is alternatives to what was once a glorious liberation movement, but is now failing miserably as a government. Couldn't agree more. We can have a functioning and effective Parliament. It's going to require leaders, both political and administrative, who put the needs of this institution first ahead of self-interest. We can truly be an institution that represents our people, their hopes, their concerns, their needs and their aspirations. But that means we must always put people first ahead of selfish interests and narrow partisanship. And so...
Yes, Honourable Member, what are you raising on?
Deputy Speaker, is that a parliamentary that a member will not speak about positive things that this Parliament has done?
No.
I think it's just negative in his face. It cannot be.
No, Honourable Member, that's not a point of order.
Correct. A lot of good things have happened in this Parliament.
Member, it's not a point of order. Please take that.
You must tell the truth.
Please take your seat here.
It's the best they've got to offer, folks. Sorry. And so back to the beginning, if I may, Madam Speaker. The answer to your question is an emphatic no. No, I will never get tired of fighting for a Parliament that does what it's supposed to do. No, I will never get tired of fighting for the 9 million unemployed South Africans who have suffered through the policies of your President's government. No, I will never get tired of fighting for greater executive accountability from the President and his Cabinet. But most of all, Madam Speaker, no, I will never get tired of fighting to hold you accountable and for you to do your job as the head of this institution. I thank you.
Honourable Smith.
Chair, Deputy Speaker, honourable members, comrades, guests in the gallery, good afternoon. We seek to create a united, democratic, and non-racial society. We have a vision of South Africa in which black and white shall live and work together as equals in conditions of peace and prosperity. Deputy Speaker, this is a quote from a speech delivered by Oliver Reginald Tambo on the 17th of January 1987 at the Georgetown University. In honor of the vision of OR, political participation in Parliament must afford all of us a unique platform to contribute to the creation of a united South African society, a democratic country, a non-racial family, a truly non-sexist people, and a prosperous nation. If all of us are committed to building this South African society that many paid the supreme price to bring about in our lifetime, then, Deputy Speaker, we must acknowledge that this institution must embody our collective consciousness of developmental matters. The parliamentary process, as we've just witnessed, presents opposition parties with an opportunity to articulate an alternate vision. And as a result, Deputy Speaker, there is a great temptation from the opposition to go overboard in demonstrating the failures of the ruling party. Chairperson, if truth were told, we must equally accept that there exists an inherent and automatic reaction from the ruling party to be overly defensive. You must listen for a change. For as long as these differences are articulated in a constructive manner, the battle of ideas must be encouraged. After all, honourable members, Parliament is envisaged to be an arena of robust debate. Very often, in our endeavours to undermine our political opponents, neither the ruling party nor the opposition parties see beyond narrow party political interests, and thereby place at great risk the dreams and aspirations of those who we claim to represent. Honourable members, by its very nature, the practice of oversight and accountability will be accompanied by tensions between the executive and the legislature. This situation, however, must never reduce Parliament to a lame duck institution. Sometimes these tensions will also manifest between the various political parties. Notwithstanding this reality, as members of Parliament, we will always be more effective or stronger when we act together and united in pursuit of our constitutional mandate. The ultimate beneficiaries will be the people of this country. All of us must understand that our effectiveness or otherwise will determine how quickly and how far we progress towards attaining the South Africa that O.R. Tambo spoke about 30 years ago. Chairperson, Parliament, as the cornerstone of our multi-party constitutional democracy, must demand greater accountability and responsiveness from the executive arm of the state. Chairperson, at the end of the previous administration, Parliament was tasked to oversee a national expenditure budget of about 1 trillion rand. Today we are tasked with overseeing a national expenditure budget of 1.4 trillion rand and over 40 national government departments, plus all the entities. In order for Parliament to do its job effectively, we must enhance the capacity of members in support of their engagement with the executive and the public in their oversight functions. In the spirit of leading by example, in as far as the importance of oversight is concerned, the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament was established, as alluded to. This committee, Speaker, identified some pertinent issues which threaten the overall performance of Parliament. The under-resourced or underperforming Parliament will not be able to drive the developmental agenda. Honourable members, Parliament requested a budget of 3.4 million, as Speaker alluded to, but we were only given 2.3 billion. The committee notes with serious concern the reduction of the budget of Parliament, This will invariably increase the risk of not achieving our constitutional mandate and thereby impede our drive towards addressing the scourges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. We must address the wisdom and desirability of Parliament as an equal and autonomous arm of the state being allocated a budget from the very institution that it is established to oversee, as alluded to by the Speaker and by the Chief Whip. It cannot be that Parliament is treated in the very same manner as a national government department when it comes to budget allocation. The budget cuts alluded to above have resulted in the reduction of the allocation of support services meant to capacitate members in fulfilling their duties. The budget allocation for support staff has also significantly affected as a result of the shortfall in the current financial year of 129 million rand, which has a direct impact on members of Parliament's ability to execute oversight. Whilst we lament the budget cuts, we must also raise concerns about the high expenditure of consultants, professional fees, and legal costs. Similarly, Speaker, all irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure must be down-managed. It is critical, as has been alluded to by many, that the employee relationship between management and staff of Parliament must be improved if members are to receive the requisite support in doing their job. Chairperson, notwithstanding the prevailing economic climate, it is our view, and we support you, that the model of funding for Parliament needs to be reviewed. We therefore welcome the news that the leadership of this institution is engaged in discussions with Treasury and the Minister of Finance in this regard. However, with an increased budget will come the responsibility of an even more prudent financial management and improved oversight of Parliament's usage of all funds allocated by the Joint Committee. Comrades, it is in Parliament that oversight of the executive arm of the state is consistently exercised. It is here that, in all our diversity as a people, we have an opportunity to influence the policy and its implementation in accordance with the legislative intent. Parliament must at all times respond to our people's aspirations. In this regard, Speaker, committees are the primary vehicle of legislative work and oversight. The effectiveness of committees is reliant on the ability of members to engage the executive and any other organ of state rigorously, systematically, and without fear or favor. Parliament has a major contribution to make if the country is to achieve the national development goals. Let us all of us, have a duty in ensuring that the institution is well managed and that all South Africans trust that men and women of integrity will continue to advance their interests. Allow me to address a few matters that were raised earlier on by colleagues. Honourable Waters questions the wisdom of reviewing or looking at reviewing the party political funding model. Now, the DA has always projected itself as a champion of accountability and transparency. This initiative is to do exactly that. So I don't understand if then the wisdom thereof is questioned. Secondly, Speaker, Honourable Waters, in his input, alludes to your disrespect for the Joint Committee by walking out. Let us set the record straight, Honourable Waters. The Speaker was not summoned to the committee. She was invited to give a political overview and she was given 30 minutes. Tula, Bab, Tula. Secondly, Honourable Waters talks about the Speaker disrespecting. Let us talk about the DA's disrespect. presiding officer, the speaker walks in, all of us stand. The DA doesn't stand. And they champion the notion of respect. Thirdly, Honorable Waters talks about the Speaker's office being an employment agency. Well, let us remind the DA that Tim Harris was a member of Parliament not so long ago. Today, Tim Harris is a director in the Cape Town Mayor's office. Cadre deployment of the highest order. Secondly, no, allow us to speak. Allow us to speak. Secondly, Lance Greyling was a member of your alliance.
Honourable members, can you allow a member to speak?
Lance Greyling was a member of your alliance.
Hold on, honourable members. Order.
When Lance Greyling left as a member of Parliament, he was deployed to this office, or he was deployed to the municipality of the Western Cape. That's what happened. Cape Town, I'm saying Cape Town, yes. Cape Town, which is a DA-run municipality, from Parliament there. So who is the employment agency, Shivambo? They speak about these things. They are the champions thereof. 2 people, 20 people, it's the principle, Steenhuisen, that you don't criticize without looking in the mirror. Thirdly, it is disingenuous of the DA to talk about principle. The Honorable Helen Ziller sends a tweet, and that matter gets dragged. The Honorable Ntuli sends a tweet, and she's harassed and harangued by this political party. This is the principle of the DA that we speak about. If you are black, you get harangued. If you are white, you get protected. Finally, Speaker, with all respect, Honorable Chivambo, when you came to the floor, and I don't disagree with you putting your point, you indicated that you reject the budget because members of Parliament are not capacitated. You indicated that you reject the budget because Parliament is not the originator of laws. I would argue that that is an infantile and a brutish attitude, because if you were adult, you would in fact have supported the budget and increased your own influence to change this that is wrong in the budget. But to reject it on the basis that Parliament is not capacitated, I would argue, is infantile. So to argue that we are bewitched...
Order, Chair. Order, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member. Honourable Smith, please take your place.
Chair, I'm raising an order because the member is misleading the Parliament. He's distorting the views that was shared by the Deputy President. He did not refer to the capacity of members. He referred to the lack of legislative capacity.
Honourable Howlab, no. That's not a point of order. That's a political point.
Deputy Speaker.
Please take your seat. Please take your seat. That's not a point of order. Thank you. Honourable Member, please proceed.
No, thanks, Chairperson. It's not a point of order, you're right, Chair, because whether you talk about the legislative capacity or the capacity of members, we're talking about the same thing, Bob. Because it is the warm body that we were talking about that must be capacitated. It's not the building. So when Honourable Chivambo says he's rejecting the budget because Parliament is not capacitated, I would argue that we should say, Honourable Chivambo, let's support the budget and let us further capacitate it. Having said that, Speaker,
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
what's
the point of order, Honorable Shivambo?
I think quickly is that Honorable Smith fails to understand a simple thing that we say we can't.
Honorable Deputy
Honorable
Speaker,
member.
on what
Honorable
rule?
member.
Expended on
Honorable
correct
Shivambo.
And
On
the
what
correct
rule?
Honorable
items
Shivambo,
is
that's a
legislative
political
capacity
rebuttal. It's not a
and
point of
oversight
order.
capacity.
It's not a point of order.
So, but I must not leave him to drown in confusion.
No, it's not a point of order, please. It's
He's
not a point
allowed
of
to
order.
to leave a person.
Honorable member, I'm
his
going
age
to
drown in
switch off your
confusion.
round.
So we must clarify him quickly.
No, don't do that. You are out of order.
Honorable Chivambo, I would argue that going forward, please support the budget of Parliament because it will benefit all of us. But as of the ANC, Deputy Speaker, the ANC supports the budget. Ngiyabonga.
Honorable Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, distinguished guests, thank you very much. As I expected, the debate was robust, and I could tell that members were very well prepared. Thank you very much for your participation. Before we close, allow me to respond just to a few honorable members. The Honorable Chief Whip Mthembu, the points you made concerning the funding of Parliament really drove home the point. On our to-do list is an urgent engagement of the executive authority with the head of state, as well as the Minister of Finance, on the issues that we all agree on in relation to how the legislative sector should be provided for from the fiscus, not as another ministry or department, but as an arm. Now, Honorable Waters, let me educate you. My office comprises of 5 presiding officers, as well as the Office on Institutions Supporting Democracy, all of which require support. And in fact, the OISD coordinates with all the institutions supporting democracy out there. As Speaker, in my personal office, I only have 1 communication officer, manager. I don't know who are these other 4. Maybe we can do follow-up with Honorable Waters so that he can inform us who are these 5 communication officers. Around all the allegations and grievances against the Secretary to Parliament, the matters raised, in fact, by various members of NEHAU in particular, have been referred. In fact, we've been interacting with the Internal Audit Committee of Parliament since last year on these matters, or some of these matters. And there are new ones that have all been referred to the Audit Committee of Parliament for independent investigation. Management, this is now on the salaries of staff and conditions of service, matters we've been engaging with from the time we arrived in 2014. We actually ourselves as presiding officers had to have meetings with the leadership of NEHAU in the absence of an accounting officer before Mr. Mgidlan was recruited. As presiding officers, we are very clear that we cannot have a situation where staff do not get an increase. We've said that very clearly. And as presiding officers, we recognize that our staff is our best asset. We have requested and we have directed the management to find money, and as I've said before, we have also instructed the Secretary to Parliament to engage the National Treasury, which he is doing, which is continuing. Let me remind you, honorable members, that in the matter of Klowama and others versus the Speaker and others, the Western Cape High Court held that, amongst others, and I quote, the Speaker's membership of the NEC, of the ANC, does not render her incapable or biased in performing her duties as Speaker. And may I again remind honorable members, our system is not the Westminster system, where as soon as a speaker has been elected, they step down. It doesn't happen in our system. Regarding the deployment of the army, the matter is currently before court. But I wish to state in unequivocal terms that we were never requested to consent to the presence of the army for non-ceremonial purposes during SONA. Honorable Kwankwa, I agree in principle, and in fact, you know it. I've talked to all of you young parliamentarians from the ANC, Honorable Hlengwa of the IFP, and the Honorable Kwankwa, from the time of the IPU in Zambia, where for the first time, the IPU discussed the issue of young parliamentarians. You know that in principle...
Honorable Speaker, please wrap up. Honorable voters, I'm in the chair. I have a right and discretion to give the Speaker time in her response.
I usually give them an extra minute, by the way.
Honorable members.
He has only given me half a minute so far.
Point of order.
Yes, honorable member.
Chairperson, I would dispute that you have the discretion to grant any further time. That's why we have time limits. The rules must apply to all of us equally.
I said the Speaker must wrap up. You are continuing an unnecessary interjection. Please do that, honorable member.
Honorable members,
Speaker.
Thank you very much for your participation today. I close with the words of O.R. Tambo. And he said, I call in the strongest possible way for us to act with the dignity and discipline that our just struggle for freedom deserves. Thank you, honorable members.
Chair. Yeah.
Yes, honorable member.
Yes, Chair, why the Speaker is not quoting the current President Zuma? Why? Why only Batambo?
Honorable member.
Please, man. Zuma is the current president,
member,
and the Speaker is the national chair of ANC.
You are out of order.
Yeah, you must quote Zuma.
Take your seat.
Don't be shy on Zuma.
Honorable member, take your seat. You must express your views in your own speeches. Other people have their right to say what they want. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on the budget vote. As agreed at the programming committee last Thursday, we will now take orders number 2 to 43 together as they appear in the order paper. These are reports of portfolio committees on budget votes. Honorable members are further reminded of the decision of the programming committee that there would be no declaration of votes on these reports. They have already debated during mini plenary sessions, and parties would be allowed to make declarations during the consideration of votes and schedule on 8 June. However, I will allow parties to indicate objections they wish to do so, which must not be supported by any long stories. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move that all the reports be adopted by this House.
The motion is that the reports be adopted. Are there any objections? If there are objections, those in favor say aye. And those no. I think the ayes have it. We indicate that parties will indicate which budget vote they object to.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Entitled.
Can you note the objection of the DA to two reports? It's item 34 on the order paper, which is vote 8, planning, monitoring, and evaluation, and item 27 on the order paper, vote 26, energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Honorable Mente.
Yes, Speaker. Please record the rejection of the EFF on everything except Order 31 on Vote 22, Office of the Chief Justice, that we support. And Order 33, Vote 12, Statistics South Africa, Mr. Yellowman, that we support. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like you to note the objection of the IFP to order number 3 and 27. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Okay. That's agreed to. Honorable members, thank you very much for your disciplined conduct. That concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.